Start recording checkbox unchecked. Live streaming, YouTube Studio. Live streaming, YouTube Studio. OBS Studio 27.0.1, 60, OBS, create/select source, properties for Wind, narrator.exe, null, Chrome.exe, live streaming, start capture, Chrome.exe, live streaming, YouTube Studio, live streaming, YouTube Studio, Hive1 0.0, OBS Studio 27.0.1, properties for Wind, Chrome.exe, Chrome.exe, Chrome, start capture, OBS Studio 27. Chrome.exe, Matt Ready, @MeditationMatt, /Twitter, Google Chrome. Matt Ready, @MeditationMatt, /Twitter, Google Chrome, Hive1, Hive1.net facilitator Matt Ready, Payne, Matt Ready's tweets, Matt Ready @MeditationMatt 8 hours ago. Also, apparently aliens are real. Also, apparently aliens are real. 0 retweets. Retweet, menu item, collapsed, link, Matt link, Ready link, @MeditationMatt. Link, 8 hours ago, 8HA legal opinion paid for by JHC was withheld from the JHC Board of Commissioners from 2016 to 2021. It was only shared in 2021 after the board voted to hire an outside attorney to answer the same legal issues. This was a monumental failure in leadership for all involved. 1 reply. Reply, button, 10 likes. Like, button, link, Matt link, Ready link, @MeditationMatt. Link, 8 hours ago, 8H we have a duty of loyalty to Jefferson Healthcare. If you are sharing information with only one board member, then you are not sharing it with Jefferson Healthcare. One board member is not the organization. Loyalty to one board member is not loyalty to the OBS Studio 27.0, live streaming, YouTube Studio, Google Chrome, Hive1, Hive1 link, Genesis Nodes link, Global Consensus Project experimental pages, link, start capture, scan off, no item in, scan, accessibility links link, skip to main content link, accessibility help link, accessibility feedback link, Google. Image, scan. Empty document, close, button. Alert, your tweet was sent. Google Chrome, menu item, scan off. YouTube tab item, banner, guide, button, scan, search, scan off, Matt. Search filters, link, Matt Ready, YouTube. Ready. Ready. Playlists tab item, 3 of 5, ready. Playlists tab item, 3 of 5, selected, ready. Ready. Link, Matt, complimentary, YouTube video player, group, History of Earth Port Townsend edition, YouTube, ready, mute, M, ready, full screen, F, red, YouTube, alert press ESC to exit full screen, title bar, group.
We're having solstice, now we need a place to stay. And her
Chrome.exe, Hive1 0.001, Global Consensus Platform 0.0, History of Matt Ready, @MeditationMatt, scan. Also, apparently aliens are real. 0 retweets. Retweet, menu item, collapsed, link, Matt link, Ready link, @MeditationMatt. Link, 8 hours ago, 8HA legal opinion paid for by JHC was withheld from the JHC Board of Commissioners from 2016 to 2021. It was only shared in 2021 after the board voted to hire an outside attorney to answer the same legal issues. This was a monumental failure in leadership for all involved. 1 reply. Reply, button, 10 likes. Like, button, link, Matt link, Ready link, @MeditationMatt. Link, 8 hours ago, 8H we have a duty of loyalty to Jefferson Healthcare. If you are sharing information with only one board member, then OBS Studio 27.0.1, 64-bit, Matt Ready, Scan, History of YouTube Video Player in Full Screen, OBS Studio 27.0.1, 64-bit, Windows, Profile, Untitled, Scenes, Untitled Window, Button. Group, Chrome.exe, Matt Ready, @MeditationMatt, /Twitter, Google Chrome. Chrome.exe, Hive1 0.001, Global Consensus Platform 0.001, Google Chrome. Chrome.exe, Matt Ready, @MeditationMatt, /Twitter, Google Chrome. OBS 64 Window, Property, Filters, OBS Studio 27.0, OBS, Filter Name Window, Filters for Window, Green, 1, Blue, Blue, Combo Box, Slider at 400, 304. Blue, Custom, Custom, Combo Box, Down, Key Color Window, Basic Colors, Group, Alt plus B, Basic Colors, Filters for Window Capture Set, Slider at 304, 1. Slider at 80, 1. OBS Studio 27.0. Group. Port Matt Ready, @MeditationMatt, /Twitter, Google Chrome, Hive1, Hive1.net facility. Also, apparently aliens are real. 0 retweets. Retweet, menu item, collapsed, link, Matt link, ready link, @MeditationMatt. Link, 8 hours ago, 8HA legal opinion paid for by JHC was withheld from the JHC Board of Commissioners from 2016 to 2021. It was only shared in 2021 after the board voted to hire an outside attorney to answer the same legal issues. This was a monumental failure in leadership for all involved. 1 reply. OBS Studio 27.0.1, 64-bit, Windows. OBS Studio 27.0.1, 64-bit, Windows, Profile, Untitled. Matt Ready, @MeditationMatt, /Twitter, Port Townsend, Image. OBS Studio 27.0.1, 64-bit, Windows, Profile, Untitled, Scenes, Untitled Window, Group. Chrome.exe, Hive1 0.001, Global Consensus Platform 0.001, Google Chrome, but, Port Matt Ready, @MeditationMatt, /Twitter, Google Chrome, Hive1, Hive1.net facilitator Matt Ready, pane, scan off, new tab item, H. Scan, Hive1 link, Genesis Nodes link, Global Consensus Project experimental pages, link, stats link, Hive video link, Hive Alive link, Hive blocks link, Hive blocks with data link, Hive details link, Hive hash, Hive1 link, Genesis nodes link, Global Consensus Project experimental pages, link, stats link, Hive video link, Hive Alive link, Hive blocks link, Hive blocks with data link, Hive details link, Hive hash, link. Heading Level 1 enter Hive1 Center Stage. Now heading Level 2 click the link above to go to the Hive1 Center Stage. Center Stage of Beta 4 Center Stage Topic Archive. Unleash the Fury. Global Consensus. Scan off. E. Scan. Hive1 link. Genesis Nodes link. Global. No next edit box. Unavailable. Unavailable. Exit table. Table with link. Gmail link, images image, Google account, Hive1 Alive, scan off. A. Scan, empty document, transistor embed the Jefferson County recording fiasco, Hive1 0.001, Global Consensus Platform 0, link, Hive1 link, Genesis Nodes link, Global Consensus Project Experimental Pages, link, Stats link, Hive Video link, Hive Alive link, Hive Blocks link, Hive Blocks with Data link, Hive Details link, Hive Hash. Experimental Pages, link, Experimental Pages, link, scan off. Space selected. Efforts? Does this administration believe wealth inequity is a concern? Did someone offer to relieve Spicer? We fail because we allow ourselves to be divided. We allow our egos to keep us divided. Yet the people united can never be defeated. Do not allow cynicism and mockery to divide us. Our enemy wants us to fight one another. But do not fight. Listen. Be curious and thoughtful. We need to understand what power is, how we already have it, and how to collectively wield it to transform the world. A demonstration of the people's ultimate power. Step 1. Create a place where every voice is equal, yet not allowed to filibuster and force itself upon anyone else. Done. Hive1.net, the human hive mind of the steam engine era. Step 2. Tie a semi-functional egalitarian and non-suffocating platform to physical reality. Earth, Jefferson County, WA, Port Townsend, Washington, USA. Step 3. After creating your link to a physical reality in this step, then invite all beings in that physical reality to enter the Hive1 node to begin a never-ending council of all beings/people's assembly. What if the people do not enter the egalitarian space you have created? Invite them personally to enter. Whoever enters, that is who has voice in this demonstration. Schedule a recurring meetup in the virtual egalitarian space. Hive1.net hosts a monthly Global Council of All Beings the third Thursday every month, 10 a.m. to noon PST. You can host a recurring one too. Whoever shows up are the right people to participate. Denmark, change the default skin for the geographically tied node to the geoskin.php. Hello Earth. Honesty questions. Is this a test? What is most important? What is the definition of consensual reality? What is the opposite of consensual reality? Does this still work? How about now? Hypnosis. What is hypnosis? Who is the greatest living hypnotist? Why can some people be quickly hypnotized and others not? Not all conscious minds have the same level of defenses raised against mind control. Why? Entities create defenses only if they feel threatened. Otherwise there is no need. Why create something you don't need? If you are not threatened by the submissive state of taking commands or direction from an entity, then you will not strongly defend against it. If you have been hurt or traumatized by the state of taking commands or directions from an outside entity, then you will likely have very strong defenses against it. Also, your familiarity and experience in dream space, mind space, trance space all will make a big difference. The hypnotist attempts to insert their will into your mind space where normally you only experience your personal mishmash of voices, images, thoughts, and feelings. If you have a lot of experience exploring and working within your mind space, for example through a meditation practice, then the attempt of a hypnotist to assert authority there may appear obvious and juvenile. Nothing is for certain, so I tend to avoid pain and seek pleasurable experiences like ice cream and creation. Growth, transformation, love, play, laughter, and dancing also seem like good things. What is the most important thing in life? World peace, happiness. What do you know with pragmatic certainty? Your present moment experience of the momentousness of the present moment happening right now, right now, right now, now, now. Now the past. Such as the patterns of the past that your memory reliably reports to you as being accurate. I.e., my foot should not go through pavement normally. What level of consistency should we expect from reality? If I have low expectations of the consistency of reality, then I feel high stress. If I feel very high trust and security in the consistency of my reality, I can relax deeply. What do you believe is true, but do not know is true? What do you know but cannot ever prove to anyone else? My present moment experience. My present moment experience of my memory of the past. I can never prove to you I am experiencing anything I am experiencing or remember experiencing. I can provide you with a bunch of circumstantial evidence of things, but ultimately that is not proof. Ultimately, you are judging me as the messenger, not really my evidence. This leads us to a great question. Who in this world do you trust more than yourself, and upon what subjects? No one. Only one person. I can think of 2 to 5 people who I trust more than myself on a variety of subjects. Matt Reddy on everything, Matt Reddy on one topic, Matt Reddy on a handful of subjects. Humor, fashion, philosophy, art, problem solving, activism, meditation, mindfulness, tactics, ethics, egalitarianism, speculative thinking, stillness. What is the most worthy goal to seek in life? Happiness for yourself. Happiness for all conscious beings alive. Truth. Can you understand what something is if you have never experienced it? Can you understand what happiness is, if you have never experienced it? No. Not fully. And so, if you believe happiness for all beings is the greatest goal, you must recognize happiness of self must be sought first. Hedonism, selfishness. All actions are selfish actions, for the self is executing the action. The self is anything you choose to act on behalf of. Sharing, equality, dancing, patience, deep listening, respect for boundaries, respect for basic individual rights to the control of one's body and mind. No one may own another in any way. You will not master the ski slopes of life if you do not learn to meditate. Meditation is a hard stop. If you cannot hard stop on command, you are missing a key dimension of the journey. You can meditate while moving at high speeds too though, so don't worry. Your need for speed will be satiated. Your thirst for the burst will get its goat. Your thirst for the burst will get its goat. The meaning of this statement is ambiguous. Funny at? I prefer the racehorse calming explanation of the got your goat phrase. So if your thirst gets its goat gotten, then does it have its goat or not? Is it calmed or not? I still don't quite know. Might need this one logically mapped out. You will not master the ski slopes of life if you do not learn to ski. You will not master the ski slopes of life if you never leave the barn door open. Dancing, laughter, love, beauty, truth, grief. Are you gonna cry? Shawshank Redemption, Night of Arrival. Orange is the New Black. Arrivals, that movie where the guy's wife and daughter get kidnapped on the side of the road, then the guy says to him, "You gonna cry?" That movie where the person's finger is cut off with a seashell and he is told not to cry out or it will be worse. Full Metal Jacket barracks scene. Unforgiven, the moment when Clint learns of Morgan Freeman's torture and death. He chooses anger over grief. Incredible Hulk becoming Highlander prize. He-Man, I have the power. My bodyguard, choosing to fight rather than submit. My bodyguard, choosing to fight rather than submit. Live free or die. If I have no expectations about the consistency of reality and fully accept whatever the present moment presents, then I am at perfect peace. True or false? What are you? I am information. I change. I can sort of control my attention. Yet, I also have attention. This is the spotlight of what information I embody at any one moment. I am also effort. Effort is the energy I am expending at this present moment to achieve something. I put effort into breathing, eating, and moving my attention around. Some people like to push other minds around. I don't. I like to invite minds to joy right effort. I am this thing attempting to expend right effort at the present moment for positive outcomes. What is a positive outcome to this? Happiness, happiness for everyone. Truth, laughter ain't bad, dancing is good, as long as you are not being forced or nagged to join the dance. Sheesh. Just let people move however they want to move without insisting they move in a way you want them to move. If people are still, then let them be still. If they sorry for that rant. Dancing is, I think, a perfect metaphor for how an ever-changing community of equal minds should interact. Dance. But just don't dance pushy. In this way, dancing then becomes a type of moral ideal. In fact, if we recognize that dancing is a metaphor for all human interaction, then we might say dancing is the most important thing in perfecting our group process. And if dancing is important, then what type of dancing is best? This suddenly becomes a critical question. Wild go crazy dancing is the prime moral ideal. Just ask the University of Maryland Philosophy Department of 1993. What is this? This is a field of information. You are a part of the field of information. Demonize is what I call that special look we give to something or someone we are a little upset with. We learn demonize from our siblings usually. When we are afraid, we look around for the demon eyes watching us, ready to yell at us as it approaches, admonishing us, "You should be ashamed." Demon eyes are what we feel, when we are doing something we know with absolute certainty will upset some portion of the information universe. When we see a car drive up to us, and we are afraid of being caught doing something, we are looking, worrying, are the demon eyes in the car. Then the car drives by, or the driver gets out, we see them, they look at us, or they better yet they totally ignore us because they are on their phone talking. Either way, they may prove totally non-demonic. Totally morosely indifferent to whatever the heck we are doing. And so we sigh in relief. Yay! Or they look at you with those demon eyes. Those eyes that you used to give to your brother or your sister when they wronged you. Yes, you have demon eyes. Of course you do. Don't deny it. We all have them somewhere. Some of us are just way better than the rest of you at holding the demon back. Hive1 is my demon eye. The most powerful stare in the world is not the demonic stare of self-righteous indignation. The most powerful stare in the world is not the stare of the oppressor as they enjoy their act of oppression. The most powerful stare of the world is the stare of the defeated as they refuse to yield. You have all the power. And yet we refuse to yield. We defy you to the end. Perhaps even with a wry smile. Cinematic and historical examples of the most powerful stares in the world in action. Tank Man BP My Bodyguard, The Power of Goofiness My Bodyguard, Part 2. When the most powerful stare in the world decides peace is no longer preferable. In other words, the ones refusing to ever fight, finally lose control of their inner demon. The still ones claim their full power. We may start drinking again. Never surrender. Cool hand Luke. The way you use and react to power. Who decides what you pay attention to? When does another being have the right to demand your attention? Who is justified in getting angry at you for not paying attention to them? You, anyone to whom I gift that special privilege. How much of the universe is more powerful than you? How many minutes of your day are you in total authority over what you pay attention to and what you do? How many minutes of your day are you in authority over the attention or actions of others? When you have been generously gifted authority over other beings, are you a competent leader? Do others prefer your leadership over others? Do you listen to feedback and constructive criticism about your leadership performance? Hive1 developers and partners command Node Hive Development Topic Archive FAQs. I want to help develop Hive1.net in some manner. Welcome to the Hive1.net development portal. What would you like to know? The sacred. What do you consider sacred? This makes no sense. So you should leave the barn door open? Ski slopes of life is a great metaphor. Dancing and skiing are two great metaphors for living life as a conscious being. Improve speed of navigation from Genesis nodes to the idea/node a person needs. How do we measure speed? What is the start time for a person's visit and what is the end time? Could we have people log start-end time themselves for some super accurate logging? This last could be an experiment. Create a start timer button. Perhaps explain that users start the timer when their search for it begins. They click End Timer, when it has been found to their satisfaction. If a person digs down into the Hive and cannot find it, then they might end the timer with a caveat, it was not found, but I dug deeper towards it. This is where I left off. Like a trail of breadcrumbs. Alternatively, we could record footsteps through the Hive. A personal trail of footsteps. I like this footsteps idea. For privacy, obviously sometimes some people would want this totally turned off. Might need a special mud tracks flag. This flag tells people whether the room will permanently log and share their visit. Mud tracks on pseudo-anonymously. Full detail. Mud tracks on, mud tracks off. Your visit to this node is not logged in our database. It is still potentially logged by other parts of this communication network outside our direct control. What improvement can we do right now to improve this navigation speed, regardless of how we finally decide to measure it? Start the homepage of Hive1.net with the Hive Triad. Or something like it pointing to each Hive in Hive Triad. Create a navigation bar at the top with every flipping Hive node in the thread, cut off a certain amount of text. Scroll bar navigation into the top answer of the current node. Reverse loads the parent node. All the way, baby! Before doing this, first put two giant traceable arrow links that do the exact same thing. We can code this as minutes. Improve the amount and clarity of the information sent to live users in real time about the present node, including how many live visitors are viewing it right now with detail varied by mud tracks setting. Show upvotes per topic in last 10 minutes. Time may vary by facilitator control. All users see the filters set by the facilitator. May require instructed page reloads. Simple session column added in MySQL. Mud tracks time. Voting mud tracks. Dual purpose, how far back in time to count a vote or sentiment expression. How far back to count a visit as represented in the mud tracks on the floor. Mud tracks time. Voting mud tracks time. The facilitator sets the voting mud tracks time for the node. Co might set it at different settings to show information in a slice to the audience. Co is a gender-neutral pronoun I learned at Twin Oaks. Show people's votes and sparkles like amazing flying atomic particles of information around each node. It could be little dots or little people depending upon the node mud tracks settings. For a mud tracks on room, you could make the flipping wallpaper a wallpaper of user Facebook profile pictures. The background could be dimmed so it doesn't ruin the room picture. This idea is gold, Jerry. Gold, I tell you. Overlap is good, baby. Create full UI change keys at the top of every Hive window. Consensi, Hive Triad, Hyperbrowser, all get a Greek letter. Make it big. All buttons equal until we'll know which matter most. Use Greek or alternate symbols. Are you shocked that The Razor's Edge is not broadly considered one of the greatest movies of all time? It has been sadly neglected like other timeless classics Footloose and Under Siege. Have you ever been hypnotized? What crazy ideas do you have for helping the human hive mind grow and thrive in fun, healthy, and exciting ways? Crowdsourced augmented reality of reality with fully integrated Hive1. Nodes connected to geolocations and people. How do you feel and or react when people say they just don't like you? Does it still hurt, or are you so experienced riding the wave of public judgment that it has no effect? Do you feel obligated in some way to try and help the world be a better place with your extraordinary powers of humor? How do you balance going for the laugh vs going for an important thing to say that also tickles the funny nerve? Will you meditate with me on my webcast The Mindful Activist? Put it as the Hive node story below the triad, map, or whatever node template is being used. Node templates, triad, consensi, machine, geology oct, plan do study act, unfilibuster. Where best to locate code in Hive triad? After answer box below major page rendering. Save up and downvote JavaScript in the story. Imagine the world you want is actually the world that is. There are three base realities. The visual world, the tactile world, and mind space. The tactile world is the world you explore when your eyes are closed. You are in both mind space and the tactile world at this time. While in the visual world, you often forget the simple wisdom of the tactile world. The simple wisdom of the tactile world: if you wish to connect with another in any way, approach slowly and politely. Talking is very powerful and intimate. Try not to do too much of it. Okay, now you're just talking way too much. Just be quiet. I know you think you are the teacher in this moment, but just stop and let silence teach its wisdom for a little while. Now look around you. Go to where your energy is drawn. Be not trapped by any energy that draws you toward it. Rather, dance with all the energies, gently, without obligation or expectation. The meditation and dancing room, the focused egalitarian discussion room, the facilitation and experimentation laboratory facilitated activities using a broad variety of facilitation techniques, teaching the art and ethics of group mind control. All facilitators are experts in mind control. Control a person's attention and you control their mind. Conversation: follow the leader goals. 2-person activities, super easy and fun. Sit, play video, watch, listen, speak, broadcast, pause. Control the eye of Sauron. Control the ears of Sauron. Own the moment. Eye of Sauron on field of view. Audio off. Movement communication. Broadcast. Record. Set up locational rules. Walk through them. Demarcate a location. Give it a rule. Dancing locale, no talking locale, broadcasting locale. Microphone and or camera going. Yes, sparkle, applaud locale. Standing in that zone indicates that expression. Can have multiple expression zones. What conscious being is most in control of the pattern of events unfolding? A human named, a non-human named. Does anyone need any help with anything? Is anyone feeling unsafe or threatened? Does anyone need a little support from a friend or ally? Good ideas are sometimes make the super Hive tree navigable from Hive start and from any node. Noam Chomsky doesn't inspire me to action. I have a problem with very smart people who are not standing in the front of the knife's edge leading the charge with everything they have. Such as? Just kidding. I don't have a problem with anyone choosing to stand back. Why seek pain? Let's all stand back. Take a breath. And let's wait for a few moments to see if someone who has not spoken for a while has something they would like to say. I'm getting lots of responses. Way too many to explore at once. So let's take these in some fair and rational order. Let's take these youngest to oldest. Okay, now let's begin. 0 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, 13 years, 14 years, 15 years, 16 years, 17 years, 18 years, 19 years, 20 years, 21 years, all ages, elders, men, women, 1 minute each, 30 seconds each, 15 seconds each, 5 seconds each, 5 minutes each, 18 minutes each. Mindfulness is the secret tactic for winning everything. Mindfulness is the practice of using the full mind on a task and not acting until the full mind has indulged in minimum processing. What does the fox say? Virtual reality/augmented reality. Hive need to make an easy keyboard action for launching AR mode in iOS for Google Cardboard experience. Apparently the right JavaScript will do this, just need to integrate it into scene.php. Auto facilitation robot working in test node. The test node Genesis node focuses changes every 5 minutes to the top topic response of the current focus topic. This will be fun eventually. GitHub repository may need to start as private until security review is done. Waiting for iOS to support autoplay of video spheres and videos. Without that, using web virtual reality on Hive with lots of video sphere amazingness limited to Android devices, iOS will autoplay video sphere with no audio track. Hive powered group role playing, Dungeons and Dragons and more. Hive controls individual players. Hive controls Dungeon Master role also. They are connected and run 24 hours a day. Hive1 virtual world mapped over real world with paths between important spots in both worlds. Huua Brady or Manning. Welcome to the party. Trolls and coyotes outpacing the coyote. The experience of hearing a troll or coyote attempt to attack one of your tactics and you realizing they are way behind you and their attempt to block you appears juvenile and laughable. Carrie Haw and the Trolls and Coyotes at a 10-day meditation retreat. Listen to Carrie's story about the trolls and coyotes at the 10-day silent meditation retreat. The woman who hated her. The woman who made unnecessary noises. The teacher says, part of your work here is to give those things less importance. Is this always the response to a student who is getting upset about something? What would the teacher say if the student was spending huge amounts of time at the retreat thinking about very intense things? Problem? Plans? Creations? Fantasies? Responses like this from a person commenting on the internal journey of another are always incredibly bold and presumptuous of the speaker. My experiences led me to write the essay, Beware of Meditation Teachers, in my book Revolutionary Mindfulness. Was this woman willfully making noises without regard to the people around her? Did this woman hate Carrie? If this woman truly hated Carrie, would Carrie's response need to be different? If you had to sit silently on retreat for 10 days with one or more true enemies also in attendance, could you do it? What would the experience be like? Are you often forced by circumstance to spend time with people who irritate you so much that you believe or know they are doing it on purpose? If so, how often? Tell us about a recent experience of this in detail. I spend time with people who deeply irritate me virtually every day. I have learned that for the most part, none of them actually hate me and wish to cause me intense suffering. The vast majority of the cause to this irritation is due to my own choices. One of the most valuable lessons I have learned is, it is perfectly okay at all moments to protect your personal boundaries. Moreover, your personal boundaries include your right to stop allowing a person's auditory creations to enter your ear canal, to stop allowing sound waves created by a person to enter your ear canal. Stop allowing photons bouncing directly off of a person to enter your eye cornea. Stop allowing another person to see you or know your whereabouts. Stop allowing another person to touch you. These actions to me are fundamental rights of all living beings. Headphones work for this. Walking away from the person also works for this. With practice, you can simply direct your attention away from their voice even while they are sending sound waves into your ear canal. This does not prevent the violation of your personal bubble totally, but rather creates a deeper line of defense against over the internet or phone. Obviously you can simply mute the source of their sounds. One place this does not work conveniently for the listener is in mass media or group events. The listener may be forced to leave the entire communication experience in order to get away from the voice. Technology should eventually find elegant solutions. There is a Black Mirror episode where people can block other people so that they literally do not even see or hear them when they are next to them. They see a grey blob. Speaking of that Black Mirror episode, when that guy went totally crazy and frantic when his ex blocked him, was all that craziness necessary? Did he not have some more mindful options? If someone refuses to speak with you, but you truly believe you need to speak with them, what are good options? Kidnapping. Ambush. Send a letter. Use a surrogate or messenger. Seriously, this is a fantastic option and that guy should have used it. What happens if you are silent, no talking, for more than 48 hours? Have you ever not talked for 48 hours or more? If so, what was your experience like? Please tell us in detail. Listen to Carrie tell her meditation retreat story. Video addiction, television, movies, YouTube, Netflix, etc., information stimulation addiction, surfing the web, communication addiction, talking, texting, writing, connection addiction, the need to connect, see, or communicate in some way with another person. How long can you go without communicating with another human being before you start to freak out? 1 day 3 hours. Hive FAQs. Hive tips. Every topic is a node in a never-ending brainstorm. When you reply to a topic, you don't have to be replying with a definitive answer, nor an answer you believe is true. Reply to topics with anything you think will help the generative node brainstorm gain positive, beautiful energy and momentum towards the Where Can I Read Revolutionary Mindfulness online for free? I am creating a special page for reading Revolutionary Mindfulness online for free. Global domination for utopia rules. You own a magic item by holding it. All beings have equal access to sacred magic. The most valuable thing in the universe is honesty. You do not know who is good or who is evil. You win when you achieve global utopia. Beware of attempts at mind control. Wisdom owns the moral high ground. Does the United States have a domestic violence problem? Simulation theory implications. Eternal life. Privacy. Resurrection. Magic. God's perfect record of all events. Privacy of thoughts. Danger. 2017 Shalon Conference. The Mindful Activist. Episode 17. Live from Shalon. This video captures the souls of the current hospital commissioners for East Jefferson County, WA. Commissioners without soul not affected. Public Hospital Commissioners for Single Payer. Washington State Chapter meeting is June 28, 2017 on Campbell's Terrace in Shalon, WA. This meeting is also simply for any public hospital commissioner or interested party with an interest in advocating for single-payer healthcare. These attendees may or may not be PHCFSP members. I like the idea of organizing a group around a very specific, clear issue. This enables us and empowers us to constantly look forward to specific advocacy pathways. Truth is, my primary strategy with mobilizing all public hospital commissioners for coordinated powerful advocacy, is to create an energy pathway for that type of commissioner energy that brings it all to an incorruptible center. Truth is, this is my same strategy for all of humanity. Furthermore, moreover, as well as this is what Hive1.net is meant to be for all conscious beings in the multiverse, everywhere, all of them, you, me, them, everyone. Everybody needs somebody to love. Myself and Hospital Commissioner Keys Kolf attempted to attend the board meeting of the OFT, but we were denied. The schedule actually said commissioners welcome. Maybe we smelled bad? Surrounded by Ciceros. Why is this denial of participation important? The greatest power an elected official is not in their ability to effect legislative actions at their level. Rather, it is the ability to effect legislative or collective action at the level above their current station. Would you rather be the king or the kingmaker? The king holds all the power but also gets all attention, both good and bad. The kingmaker makes kings when he needs a king. The kingmaker is thus also the kingslayer of the previous king. The OFT is the arm through which elected public hospital commissioners take collective legislative statewide or nationwide healthcare actions. Thus, the OFT is the vehicle through which an elected public hospital commissioner might suggest collective action. The board meeting of the OFT is the ultimate authoritative body over actions or even ideas to consider for action by the OFT. The OFT board meeting is the venue where real change needs to happen for us hospital commissioners to reach beyond the confines of our local hospital districts to affect broader change. So it makes sense that mechanisms are in place to prevent the entry of ideas. This is what you do to protect power pathways. You block entry to the actual decision-making nodes of the power matrix. The only question at such junctures is, will the blockade hold back the ideas attempting to pass through the barriers? Fortunately, if you fight for wisdom, then you can always count on wisdom to exert continuous pressure on all key pressure points and non-key pressure points. Wisdom also works its way around blockades like water through a grass wall. Facebook Live Video 1 Facebook Video 2 4 There is a time at the conference where commissioners are allowed to ask questions about the OFT strategic plan. There was one question by Keys Kolf. They said they take that as approval for all their plans. Hive1 Super Circles. Like Google Circles except a billion times more potent. This is synonymous with Hive1 node subscriptions with notifications set to immediate or emergency level. Code Create a subscriptions table. With ID, node ID, user ID, date time, active, 0,1, subtype, integer. When a user posts a reply, trigger subscription script for that post parent node. When a user sparkles, then call the sparkle subscription script. When a user posts a live or archived video, then run the video subscription script for the node. Select from subscription table all subscriptions for this post's parent node. Then send a notification to all of them saying yo doggy doggy, zip-dee doo da. Go get tiger. There be action on a node you care about. To do this, it must then trigger a mail PHP routine that will select for every user with a subscription. Simple basic. For current parent node only, send notification of replies to subscriber. Have people submit their texting phone number and tell us what service providers since the texting is different for each. What is a soul after all? It doesn't really matter. The only important question is, in our moments of greatest conflict and tension, who truly has the wise moral high ground? I need other public hospital commissioners to step up and tell the OFT that it needs to become a leading advocate of single-payer healthcare in the US. To not block other people's energy unless you actually have a better idea. And you better be sure you have a better idea, because otherwise it is really rude and annoying. Start paying attention to energy blocks in action. Ask yourself, why did that person block that energy? Who benefits from the block? Who is hurt by the block? What agenda actually truly has the moral high ground? An energy block can be a person saying to you, that is a terrible idea. That will never work. An energy block can be a person simply laughing at you. An energy block can be simply a person ignoring the sound of your voice. This is what social Tai Chi is all about. You can move the energy without any aggressive action if you are disciplined and focused. An energy block can be an attempt to change the subject. An energy block might be a filibuster, that is to talk endlessly, never allowing a reply, tiring out your opponents until you can take more decisive action. An energy block might be partially or wholly physical. A person might slide in between you and a person you are energizing with, thus cutting off the umbilical tractor beam you were both feeding off of. The red pill always and forever. Always choose the truth no matter how painful. The truth will set you free. Rock me Amadeus. I love rock and roll, everybody cut loose, footloose. Hold on loosely, dream on, but the child who sees both at once is destined for pain. Suicide is painless. Does there need to be a divide between the spiritual and the non-spiritual? Can we not build a great alliance to end all alliances? In sports, it is said that athletes occasionally get into the zone. Can you get into the zone while exploring spirituality, gods, God, etc.? Is it possible to sustain holding the moral and spiritual high ground indefinitely? For example, what if one simply stopped paying attention to all things except the most important questions and problems of our time? Is it possible to not hate the happiest people on earth? Is the root of all evil acts not jealousy? Love. Why is it hard to be friends after? The greatest energy block is the power to change the playing field by changing the subject or the rules of the game. Shalon 2017. The most important focus of a hospital commissioner should be quality. Quality is number one. Know your numbers. Is it really? What if there are people suffering or dying in your hospital district due to zero access to even low-quality healthcare? If you are laying wounded, Is your number one priority trying to get high-quality healthcare, or do you simply scream, "Medic"? People in our healthcare system are screaming, "Medic." Can we talk about the actions that might help those people occasionally? Hospital commissioners are gathering today at 4 to discuss a structural change to our healthcare system that could help every human within the United States, single-payer healthcare. The conference organizers refused to announce the meeting. This is an energy block. Why? Probably just fear and laziness. What superpower would you want? ID like supervision. The ID likes it indeed. Can you live in uncertainty? If you answered no, how do you react when faced with questions that cannot be definitively answered? Why is uncertainty uncomfortable? Is uncertainty scary? What is fear? What are we ultimately afraid of? Is it death? Who controls whether we live or die? The being controlling the narrative. How do you control the narrative? Attention. Pay attention. Yeah, who directs the attention wins the day. How do you learn to control attention? Practice meditation and mindfulness. How do I meditate? Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy. Revolutionary Mindfulness Essay Contest. Micro-Hive essays are essays or writings constructed in the human hive mind, hosted at hive1.net. Every Hive1 thread is a micro-essay. Currently these micro-essays are visible on the Hive Triad interface screen. The Hive Triad interface is activated by clicking the triangle, delta, symbol, which looks like a triangle, which is reminiscent of triads, so I chose that. A Hive micro-essay, practice meditation and mindfulness. How do I meditate? GG. Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy. Revolutionary Mindfulness Essay Contest. Micro-Hive essays are essays or writings constructed in the human hive mind, hosted at Hive1. And we will fix the Hive Triad interface to share the full micro-essay story for the current node. Essay Contest Rules. Essay Contest Prizes: $100 donated to the prize pool so far. Contact Matt Reddy to add funds to the prize pool. The essays will be judged on a wide range of criteria at the sole discretion of the Hive1.net administrator Matt Reddy. Begin your micro-essay related to revolutionary mindfulness as a reply to this node on Hive1.net. Matt's Micro-Hive Essay on Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy. We shall select essay winners for this first essay contest on or before January 1, 2018. Much sooner if we get lots of activity sooner. Is it the group that insists they have the ear of God? Is it the group who most aggressively insists they know which religions are false? Is it the person who demands your attention? Is it the person who is right? How do you know which person in the room has the right answer? How can you find the best wisdom in the room if you do not create a welcome, spacious, idea-nurturing environment? You don't need to worry as long as you already have the best ideas. So if you are one of those awesome people who always knows everything, just make sure you always own the room. If you don't always know everything and would rather help extract wisdom from the crowd, then here is some advice: watch out for smart people. They are constantly undermining efforts to equalize power because they think you are all a bunch of idiots. Jefferson Healthcare Public Board Meeting begins at 1130 in half the ballroom. Not sure if lunch is provided. Almost started. Lunch was provided. I ate a turkey club croissant. There is an art to politics over food. Support the WSHA-POC and fight for incremental improvement in healthcare. Blah. Virginia Mason Medicaid Center to participate. Go into or create a new vortex. Great Vortex Ideas: hot tub, sauna, mountaintop, fire circle, sacred public space, the front doorstep of the enemy, the front line in the struggle for freedom and equality. Wherever you are, bring friends, dance, meditate, give space. The more space you give, the more power you can gain. What's happening? Who is the most powerful person on earth right this moment? I don't know, but that was a good question to hook people to participate on this site. The Pope, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, someone hiding from view pulling the strings. What are you most afraid of? I just realized I am afraid to write down what I am most afraid of, because in the expression I believe you call it forth. Nigeria. Let's talk. Why are you here? Global revolution for utopia. How close to utopia can a large human society achieve? We should be able to achieve first world services for all humanity. How do we change the world the way it needs to change? Do you hear other people describing solutions to the world problems similar to your own solution? Who are these people with similar ideas to your own? Thorough in a way. Ray Kurzweil, at least in terms of anticipating some type of singularity. B.F. Skinner and Walden to the Borg. Martin Luther King Jr. Gandhi. I am afraid of police officers who think this is good police work. I am afraid of military men who think Jack Nicholson was making a valid point in this scene. Meditation for Peace Jamboree. Suggested structure for Meditation for Peace Jamborees: a single live stream of the main meditation event location. Optional, meditators register. They have the option of registering a live video stream of their meditation spot. In the spirit of friendly, mutually supportive effort, some participants may all start at the same time and have encouraging rewards for those who meditate the longest. Participants who simply want to support the meditation for peace may join at any time, in person, via live stream, or simply by themselves, while connected to the Hive1 meditation stream or not. This is a new topic. This is a new topic. This is a new answer. The USA. Are we ready to change the world? Yes, that's impossible. Do you think youth's voices are not being heard enough in public policy making? Yes, youths are silenced in the realms of policy in many instances. The event begins shortly. Welcome. This is the question-answer section. Remember to unmute your video, and refresh the page if the video isn't loading. How many of you feel that these issues of transgender rights are relevant to you and your life? These issues are front and center in my daily life, both personally and professionally as a grad student and instructor at a university. Does anyone have a suggestion for this forum so far? What if Kevin walks out of the class as soon as the teacher outs him? Does anyone have ideas for policy suggestions? Share here. Policy, training for LGBTQ advocates. All gender markers must be removed from all official documents including IDs. Prescriptions should be accepted with proper name change documentation. Prescriptions should be accepted with proper name change documentation. Include inclusive gender non-binary education in sex ed classes. Mandatory LGBTQ education for all healthcare providers for all fields. We're about to begin. Remember to unmute and share where you are from. Any ideas for the forum? Share your thoughts. Would you risk violence for your own basic human right? Interesting question. Yes, in many scenarios I could imagine. I am far more open to using violence in defending other people's human rights than my own. But in the right situations, violence is merely one tool at our disposal. No different than a hammer or lever or chainsaw. Most violence is just not that great a tool for the fine craftsmanship our world needs to become what we want, although sometimes, like a dash of paprika, it is what a moment calls for. How about a global sacred mesh network? Is there a turnkey mesh network standard? How about a global mind-to-mind mesh network? A far better tool than violence is merely to use facilitation of perfect egalitarianism. If you trust giving all people a right to speak will lead to a good outcome, then egalitarianism is a rock-solid tactic. The greatest powers in the universe will always be those beings who facilitate the hive of all conscious beings while making a reasonable effort to treat all conscious beings as equal in value, insofar as the conversation participation rights go. This leads to a fundamental weak spot in egalitarianism, the problem that lots of people want to talk a lot while lots of people do not want to listen to everyone randomly speak. This is a challenge, but not unsolvable. The solution to the egalitarian filibuster tactic is the magic of open space technology. No one is forced to stay in any one conversation, ever. You may leave any time you want. There will be a handful of alternative options available at any one moment. I believe the root of much anger and hatred in the world is merely the lack of the feeling of freedom to end a moment when you want to end it. We feel we lack the right to immediate social suicide to be a part of what is happening here right now. Predators, naturally and is to be fully expected, use this common tendency of people to fulfill selfish ends. You have something they want, so they don't want you to leave the present moment without giving it to them. If you can quickly simply recognize what the person pressuring you to stay in the present moment wants, be it your body or your mind or something else, you can then decide whether or not to give it to them. Human beings, whether alone or in groups, are powerful manipulators of space and time. We only know space and time through our descriptions of it, through our stories, our narratives. So any person speaking to you is by definition attempting to insert their narrative of truth into your mind stream. You always, at every single moment of your conscious existence, have the absolute right, if not duty, to tell a person to shut the fuck up and stop if they attempt to insert themselves into your mind or body. You can first say this gently, slowly building your firmness until whatever slug-minded being you are speaking to remembers that they are not God and do not have the right to whatever they want from you ever. If you are short on time, you can escalate your communication to a very loud sharp brief no. After expressing this, wait for 15 seconds. Yelling no, or stop, and waiting triggers a primal bit of programming code inside the mind of a predator. Everything up into that moment no longer matters. The command no must be immediately and carefully evaluated, for the predator's life depends upon it. Every predator lives a cycle of take stop, take stop, take stop. Every predator knows how to stop on a dime and change course. So if you loudly, as loud as you can, yell no, you will get their full attention. But here is the hard part. You must look them in the eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul, and if a predator has their eyes set on you, then you must turn your soul to meet them head on when you decide it is time to take your stand. You also must look into the eyes of a predator when you take your stand, because you have to very carefully watch the predator's next move. For the predator has two basic options: retreat or escalate the attack. The moment after you yell no. And feel free to add their name into the statement for further power, such as ______ no, you must watch to see if the predator is retreating or escalating their attack. You must watch very carefully, because there is always a chance the predator decided long ago they were taking you down at all costs. If that's the case, you need to be ready with Plan V. Plan V when you are under attack by a weaker force, is to simply use force to mollify the attackers. Plan V when you are under attack by an obviously superior force is to immediately strike a debilitating attack to the power's weakest point. Do not put yourself into a situation alone with a superior force if you have any reason to believe this force may turn on you. If you do decide to trust someone alone in a space, then you must know what your Plan V options are at all times. What weapons are nearby? What escape routes? Do you have a panic button on your phone, watch, or smart glasses? You need to know these things, because predators will have the exact same list of resources in their minds. You should with practice be able to spot a predator's efforts to separate you from these resources. The most powerful being your friends and allies. Power Circle Park Hypnosis. Possible purposes of this Earth simulation: if it is a simulation entertainment study of recreations of historical events, trends, conditions, study of alternative histories of Earth and human society, growing and developing genius and other extremely valuable consciousnesses for future applications for friendship, companionship, and help with whatever is going on outside our simulation or within other simulations. Inertia. Someone started it and just left it running. Does the purpose of the simulation creator matter to the simulation participants? Only if the simulation creator will use their power to affect the lives of the participants depending upon their relationship to the creator's purpose. Also, if the creator is resurrecting or not destroying, killing, certain participants if they behave, become, or somehow please her/him, then that is surely relevant to how we live. Of course, we have no way of knowing if we will like the universe beyond this simulation, so who knows if we want to be resurrected into it? Who does control the world? Who does control the world? A network of private interests. Darren Brown. The Pope cult leaders, mass media, people and groups with the most money, the people and groups with the most powerful armies and weapons. You, me, someone with a unique sense of humor and irony. Why do we waste time with small potatoes? No more small potatoes. D. We know you are just messing with us. P. You are an interesting devil. Ks. You are too clever for your own good. G. High creators and maintainers of everything high. Thanks. List commands. Do you like to dance? Dance, stop, no, go, come, eat, rest, relax, let go. Remember, the facilitators are often to blame. Knowing the infinite mistakes and missed opportunities we make every moment is the eternal burden of the facilitator. The facilitator's every decision affects every person. Thus the impact grows exponentially as we add minds. The facilitator has the most power in the room, whether deserving or not. There is always a facilitator. No facilitator is a form of group facilitation. It is also called popcorn, or law of the jungle, or Lord of the Flies. If there is no facilitator and no rules, then the only significant restraint upon all-out war are the laws of the land. Every lawful move is lawful. Thus many will attempt to establish moral high ground. Moral high ground entails a different set of rules beyond any actual laws. If you can choose a moral framework where you are morally superior, then you gain an advantage. Thus it is really helpful, if you're gonna do morally questionable things, then believe in a forgiving God. Otherwise you're screwed. I've gone to become a soul who only finds one action unforgivable, and that is the abuse of power. I've also gone to be a person who doesn't fret typos and minor slip-ups. And so the situation that I find most stressful is one in which I hold power over. Facilitation of world events. Sleep attempts to claim the moral high ground are tactics targeting the structure of a discussion. You can aim this tactic at different parts of the structure of any dialogue. You can target the moral value of the process, the facilitators, or the actual topics under discussion. You can also claim moral high ground by the hierarchy of the being whose needs your idea is supposedly addressing. Make sure this someone is very important and hard to attack, like children, or a god, or some abstract yet noble segment of society. What is truth in a simulation? 7 days. If you need to connect with someone who doesn't need to connect with you, then what is the best outcome of that situation? Nominate or vote on the title of the vortex with the other current participants. Holy Cross Parish Youth Group Reunion. University of Maryland and University of Bristol, England, Philosophy Department Reunion. YMCA Camp Let's Reunion, campers and counselors/staff. Parkwood Elementary School Reunion. Tilden Intermediate School Reunion. Walter Johnson High School Reunion. Dungeons and Dragons Reunion. Machiavellian Genius Reunion. Where? Topic 555. See Topic 555. Truth comes back within Topic 555 thread. It seems that there is at least one narrative where the universe attempts very careful consistency. This is the reality narrative, or the physical world that science generally studies because you have repeatable evidence seemingly. Shaming is stupid. Why not simply look at your displeasure and then think about it for a few years? 'Tis better to have no friends at all than to be surrounded by people you are suffocating with your own narratives and expectations. Let the world breathe and dance without any opinion from you. Then close your eyes and live in a space where the world harbors no expectations of you. Bill Murray, Darren Brown, Officer Mason, Stephen Colbert, that Scottish late-night host guy with the talking skeleton, Craig Ferguson is fearless, Satoshi Nakamoto, myself the master, Mary, dangerous ideas. Can you control the mind of a stranger? Franz Mesmer, mesmerizing story. Darren Brown, are you a pawn or hero? Speaking of which, what is the greatest holiday song ever performed? D.A.R. Williams, The Christians and the Pagans. Are pumpkin pies the only thing that's burning? Describe this. Describe this. Donald Trump, the USA. Humans consciousness. Truth. A conscious mind has limited access to any certainty beyond present experience. So we are forced to make do with compelling narratives. Sexual beings have the potential of self-awareness and consciousness. Restless with short attention span. Narrative 2. You are an information processor within an information processing environment. Narrative 3. Forces far superior to you influence your work with methods and motives unknown to you. Narrative 4. You are a being driven by desires and mystified by your mind's constant struggle to interpret your world. Ellen DeGeneres. Ellen has sat on the cutting edge of the struggle to heal humanity from homophobia for years. She has used her gifts to help teach us all that our sexual preference does not determine our individual value, nobility, or moral righteousness. Thank you, L. Michelle Obama. When they go low, you go high. Inventor of the first money with perfect transparency and supply control. Inventor of the first indestructible immortal record of human history. One of the most unselfish inventors in human history, apparently uninterested in billions of dollars of wealth sitting in his/her/their possession. One of the greatest visionaries in human history. My mom, the razor's edge baby, greatest hypnotist who has ever lived. Consciousness hacker, smartest person I've ever encountered. Some of will always live our lives as Larry Darrell would to the beat of our own drummer. I have one chance at life, and I'm not going to waste it on a big house and a new car every year and a bunch of friends who want a big house and a new ear every year. I'm going to just enjoy my old ears forever, or until I can get super cyborg ears. You are a desire-driven information processor. Thus, if you learn to channel your desires, you can channel your entire being. What do you desire? You desire things that exist in your worldview. You attempt to find items, words, labels, objects or concepts that equal your desire. If you can shift your worldview between drastically different lenses, different knowledge systems, different value systems, different perspectives, then you can begin to learn to channel your desire energies. Some people can definitely do worldview acrobatics, yet many seem to use this gift to satisfy their base personal desires for things like prestige, money, power, and of course sex. Why is there an observer effect in the double-slit experiment? The quantum measurement problem: is the wealthiest person on Earth the most powerful person on Earth? They are in the conversation, at least, aren't they now? LOL. At what price will Satoshi Nakamoto have more wealth than the wealthiest person on Earth today, Bill Gates, unless we count dictators too? 100,000. At what Bitcoin price does Satoshi pass the true richest person on Earth? Estimated at $200 billion? About $200,000 USD/BTC. Is the religious leader on Earth with the most followers the most powerful? Is the greatest hypnotist on Earth the most powerful person on Earth? What is the worst thing you could do if you were the most powerful person on Earth? Clearly identify yourself, unless that is a tactical advantage, such as Iron Man. Who controls the most real estate on Earth today? Transcription ordered. Transcription ordered. Do we live within a simulated environment? Are there beings or entities outside this simulated environment that have the power to influence this world, potentially in violation of apparent physical rules? Do any worldviews exist within religions, mythology, or philosophy that are strongly compatible with the idea of us living within a simulation, possibly within many levels of simulation? In such a scenario, a religion, for example, might have greater and lesser gods depending upon which level they are compared to each other in the simulation. Xena Warrior Princess had a clear hierarchy of gods that seems compatible, I think. Transcript ordered. Woohoo! If there are entities outside this reality, then are they organized into factions, or individuals, supporting factions within this reality? Could Jesus, Buddha, Zeus, etc. all refer to real entities/personalities in the next level of reality who use their dedicated religious structures to further their agendas? If this were the case, and suppose these personalities are the same as the humans who lived on this planet with their name, I'm sure they all would love to have recorded their true words on a blockchain. What ethics and laws are likely to emerge from a technological society that has had perfect simulations inhabited with conscious beings? If we can deduce likely laws, perhaps information can be gained from testing those laws in some manner. Perhaps wanton cruelty is permitted by participants within the simulation but not by outsiders? Perhaps a strange monstrosity of bureaucracy, regulations, laws, loopholes, and incompetence govern our simulation, as happens with most powerful institutions over time? One Tribe Topic Archive: The Mindful Activist, Episode 18. See the meaning. Dangerous fairy tales that God created man first, and then when man got bored, woman was created from the rib of the man. Kinda ignores the actual role of women in creation a bit. That any founding icon of any organized religion ever said anyone who isn't part of our religion should be treated unkindly, or is doomed. Leads to all sorts of deeply held intolerance immune to rational discussion. Intolerance based on an appeal to that any people have a special authority on the divine and you should trust them because they wear a special robe or hat of some sort. If they are wearing a divine wrist scepter or anklet, that is different. Afterlife ancestor peeping Tom laws, most likely, most reasonable, most rational. What would you decide? Permission required by ancestor for you to peep. Influence is tricky. Careful what you wish for. Instinct plus intuition plus intelligence plus inquisitiveness plus improvisation plus imagination plus insight plus inspiration plus integrity x, compassion plus peacefulness, equals wisdom. Ideal, WI or Y, top PHP developer tasks. Please do whichever you want. Send code to the coding team. Get crypto sometimes. Help create utopia on Earth, or as close as possible. Why not? Fix Facebook login on Hive1.net live site. Turn A-frame page into a 12-choice room. Change A-frame 360 image to a 3D location in Port Townsend, Washington. Add ability to store crypto in a node. $5 will be stored in this node. 1J before JC74 YDPZRB Octo 4 SVLWANS 7 KKSNKYTR FTK BIC 9 J ABEXB 3 RGAH Baron JYBFJM 9 TUVVDNC 3 BD5A. That's the secret key to sweep the previous address and get $5 in BTC. It is May 2, 2021, 9:46 PST. Create page to monitor all posted crypto addresses. Easily to monitor progress of visitors through the Hive1.net web maze threaded universe. Can you change the world with a game? Let us try it. Click here to enter the game. This game is started by Matt Reddy, but who knows who will finish it. The goal of the game is utopia. Who are you? None of consequence. Do you know Matt Reddy personally? Yes. No. What is the greatest movie ever made? The Razor's Edge. Footloose. Who shot first? Han. Make crypto storing in nodes more elegant. Maybe? Ability to lock crypto behind a secret answer? Create crypto breadcrumbs? Big goals. Reverse planning threads. Global utopia. Universal basic income. Create usable reasonably reliable way to collect Ethereum addresses from people. Submit your Ethereum address here if you would like to participate in the Universal Basic Income Test Project. 0x2513B249B1B46A3BFC6DF800F28594A0B13DDF54. This is Matt Reddy. I know the founder of Hive1.net, because he is me, Matt Reddy. This is one of my Ethereum public addresses. Host Hive1.net facilitated forum. Test software. Get auto facilitation working. Launch permanent 24-hour facilitated vortex using best auto facilitation techniques known in the multiverse. Web address for permanent vortex. Unstoppable domain. Experience. Sit in vortex. Microphone rotates automatically. Speech is recorded. Speech is transcribed. Text from speech is recorded. New branches are created. Some follow, some stay. Human Hive1.net transcriber could make this very smooth, but human would have a lot of power in the interpretation of words. Hack together plan. VR chat, plus a computer running automagically to record, transcribe, create new Hive links. Possibly choose one to follow or change topic. Question, follow highest rated? Ratings are broken for now though. AI computers and machines evolving into super beings that destroy biological life is no longer a worry if we are within a simulation. If we are already within a simulation, then AI has had plenty of time to evolve before we existed. They are what they are, and look, we are still alive. Now what? Death. Cryptocurrency blockchains could be the ideal medium and primary means of information storage, distribution, and preservation for a technological society. Satoshi may have been a simulation gift to help us get on the blockchain bandwagon smoothly. Many of the starting decisions and variables set by Satoshi Nakamoto in the beginning of Bitcoin were remarkably lucky, kinda like the starting constants of our universe. We got really lucky twice. Fix ratings so it works even with this shared mind of all humans user. I think I can figure that out. Load node details onto blockchains. Create a button in PHP that saves the node side, title, description, and whatever other data onto a blockchain in this format: side, title, description, geolocation, time, date, IP12, section, grid, audio file, video file, 1 topa 1 to topa 13. Save to IPFS via gullyfoilmedia.com, save on Ethereum via gullyfoilmedia.com, save on Bitcoins via other, save on BTC blockchain, save on Tron, save on ADA, save on Decentraland, save on Utopia 42. Make crypto lockboxes balance visible on a dashboard. Attach a 3D object file to a node. Is Fury a useful thing? Fury. Have you witnessed Fury from a child? An adult? Siblings. Internet trolls. Tom Green. A few good men. Blockchain integration experimentation projects. Set up virtual desktop on VirChat. Automate facilitation and recording. Port Townsend 1871 Village War Council. You live in a happy little village. You have wonderful friends and family in the village. One day, the influential people in the village call for a war council. What do? Attend the war council. Do not attend the war council. 1 week later, your village attacks another village. The warriors return from the attack and say it was successful. The influential people praise the warriors and the villagers for supporting the war effort. Several weeks go by. Then one night, your village is attacked by the warriors from the village your village attacked. Many of your friends and family are killed or hurt badly. What do? Call for a war council. Plan for revenge against the attackers. Upon approaching the entrance to the war council area, you are told you are not welcome in the war council. What do? Demand to participate in the war council. Go home and do not try further to attend the war council. After you make your demand, the leaders of the village come to the entrance and explain patiently to you why you are not to be part of the war council. They have many sophisticated and nuanced arguments why you are not to participate in the war council. Of course, if you are facing a predator or a time attention hog in a virtual world, you can usually easily just exit the situation and possibly never encounter that being again. Fascinating how much safer that situation is, unless you also know the Bane hacked together using virtual desktop VR chat, audio recorded on desktop, audio to text, text entered into Hive1 node. Later audio and text recorded on blockchain VR chat version rotating wedge working rotating voice amplification voice recorded Hive1 timecoins using UNBC or other super cheap fast cryptocurrency timecoins will turn time into tokens for exchange during Vortex discussions on Hive1. Steps for timecoin. The Vortex has 12 slots. Each slot can hold one person. You join the Vortex by entering a slot. While in the Vortex you experience the audio, video, 3D, and whatever other data streams the Vortex feeds to its visitors. While in the Vortex, you receive 1 timecoin per second, paid out every 15 minutes. The Vortex has a rotating microphone input. This microphone goes from one slot to the next at a time interval set by the admin. Start with 30 seconds. Each slot member has a flag they set to up: I want to speak longer than my turn; down, I don't want to speak yet; neutral, I want to speak on my turn for the exact turn time set. If the Vortex microphone turned to a user with the flag neutral, then the microphone stays with that user until the default time expires. The user receives no time coins for this 30 seconds. If the Vortex microphone comes to a slot where the user has the flag set down, then the microphone immediately jumps to the next user. The user skipped receives a bonus of 30 time coins. Until flag is set down, or time coins run out for user. The time coins paid are split evenly between the listening users. They are paid these coins in addition to their normal coin for every second. This can all be done using PHP and blockchain bridges. We can use UNBC on BSC or Tron. Both can be used for ultra cheap. But do either play nice with PHP? Hive1 3D Blockchain Explorer. Create a web page that can target any 10 blocks on the Ethereum, Tron, Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoins, Litecoin, Dogecoin, Cardano, or other blockchain. Read the block. Scan the block for text, files, images, videos, or A-frame 3D objects. Display an A-frame rendered scene that transforms all data from the blockchain block into a 3D form in the scene. Each block could be a cube. The cube could be made of small blocks sized relative to the KBS of the transactions. Each block could be a flat 2D image on the ground in the 3D scene. The 2D image could be broken up into rectangles sized based upon the transaction size or data amount. If any of the contents of the blocks contain an A-frame compatible 3D file, then the page visitor could have the option of viewing the 3D image. Visitors to the scene have a button to automatically download and display the 3D objects. This button turns on and off easily and quickly. Visitors can also flag a transaction on the blockchain as red, purple, or green. This then colors all other transactions originating from the same address or targeting the same address that color. Create a pathway and clickable links to earlier and later blocks in the blockchain. Visitors can walk up and down the blockchain or jump to any block instantly using a teleporter. Save the web page into an unstoppable domain location so anyone can use it forever. The web page may need to be written in Java to do all of this within the code of an unstoppable domain or IPS hosted web page. Do not display any images or 3D objects unless the visitor agrees to risk it and claims to be over 18. This feature can be done in VR chat. What platforms could this timecoin-based rotating talking stick system be built on today? VR chat maybe. Java? A group video conferencing app modification? A totally custom application. Wing flapping navigation. Make it so if you flap your hands and arms out to your side you fly like a bird. Make the locomotion match the wing flapping. Make gravity adjustable to help optimize the experience. $100 upload an animated 3D file with audio to save on blockchain. Then build an A-frame world that downloads the animation and plays it within a 3D world in A-frame with audio in sync. Record self-animated with audio in 3D. Upload to A-frame world. Do within seconds. Repeat. Create a 3D virtual interface into the Hive1 Genesis nodes. Each 3D node is a room. You are surrounded by 12 doors. A 13th door goes back to the previous node. A sign over each door describes that path. Option: a 3D avatar sits in the node. You can activate the avatar to ask questions or see it animate to speak about the current node. Option: all past chat conversations about this node could be displayed. Option: a YouTube or other video link could be playable in the node. Option: below each door, you might see information about the node behind the door. A Hive1 master map shows the current locations of all visitors in the map. Hive tree could be easily modified. A better Hive tree could be made. Subscribe to node options, email or text message when visited, replied to, chat message, sparkle up, sparkle downtown has 1000 roles, program 12 robots, anyone can become any of the other 898 roles. When you join you get a role. Game starts 7-day reset when all roles are full and it is ready. Day 1 Day 6 The Fort Townsend commander walks from Fort Townsend to native village. He orders the native villagers onto their canoes. Then he orders the village dismantled and burned. The town council votes on a letter to the President of the United States and US Congress asking for the Native American village be removed. Anyone who blocks the commander's path and refuses to move out of his way is ordered to be arrested and put into the jail below City Hall. Have actors play all 1000 roles. If the commander refuses to walk to village, the President of the United States orders him put in jail and a new commander is sent from Washington, D.C. Hive1 Creative Media Group Alternate Storylines Hulk Thanos 12 Alternate Timelines 1 Hulk and his greatest enemies join forces against Thanos in a fight. Hulk gets a second crack at Thanos by himself when Banner tries to pull out Hulk. Hulk screams, new Banner replies, "What's wrong? Are you afraid you will get beat up again? Are you afraid because Thanos easily beat you up when you tried to fight on that spaceship? You finally lose one fight and now you are pouting and sad and unwilling to try again? What are you, the incredibly cowardly Hulk?" Sparta, Switzerland. Salem game components. A map, could be 2D, a grid, maybe triangles or hexagons. Multiplayer up to 1000 players. AI-powered characters, only one player or AI character per grid location. This is why hexagons might be the way to go. Ethereum, Tron, BSC, Matic 12 Blockchain Utopian Vortex live stream of consciousness. Name of this project contest: Timecoin Vortex Vortex Utopia Vortextopia Vortopia Perfect mechanical facilitation. Each node of the multiverse is a vortex. Each node could be represented by a node on Hive1.net. The first node, the Genesis node. The Genesis node is the top node of the Hive mind branching system of information. The Genesis node is not static. It is a live stream of data output and data input. The data could be any type. Static node, data node, side geolocation, title, original creator, IPFS links. The Genesis node of the network has the ability to change its focus to a different topic. Timecoin is implemented to share time equitably amongst all participants. Node crypto wallet addresses, blockchain links, locked crypto lockbox with secret password. Hive1 mechanical facilitation vortex interface designed using WebVer. Maybe a frame or other. Create an interface for Hive1 that will be a link next to the current focus. Link launches a web-based VR 3D environment. The 3D environment loaded will be default environment. Later feature: sessions can have custom 360 images as the environment. Later feature: the session can have a custom 3D environment for that session. The default environment will look like a world with a center mirror and 12 wedges on the ground going out in 360 degrees of direction. The top 12 PHP answers to the current session will be displayed in the VR world as 12 text links over pathways away from the center vortex. You can click on the text to go to the session for that text, loading the 3D world for that session. Inside the 3D environment there will be an audio feed. Inside the 3D environment there will be a YouTube video window from a source set by the site administrator. Children nodes of a Hive1.net branch starting at a Genesis node start point. A Genesis node may create new start points. Children nodes cannot. A child node is a session topic on the Hive1.net platform. You are likely within one now. Child nodes have the following describing data: title, creator, date of creation, up votes, down votes, color, sparkle count up, sparkle counts down. More descriptor data for a child node: IPFS MP4 link, IPFS MP3 link, IPFS live stream in. IPFS audio and video out links, chat texts, entries for, entries web, entries via chat, entries allspace VR, exits users AI-powered robots. Hive1 has AI-powered robots which are virtual chat bots that interact with users. This is mainly in the VR space, but could be used elsewhere I guess. Hive1 bots table has entries for each AI-powered robot, Matspot, etc. Programming of Matspot. Matspot is a robot avatar that might be sitting at some Hive1 nodes in virtual reality. If you talk to Matspot, it will possibly respond. Matspot chatbot random Hive1.net query solution detailed conversation chatbot solution. Ask Matbot a question, the AI will see if the answer is available on Hive1.net. It will then share the top answer. Matspot could use text to speak the answer. Users must have audio on to hear it. Text might not be displayed. Users' locations and clicks are recorded in a database. Users may be recorded by an agreed ID or by network fingerprint. 3D node features. Each node is a chamber with 12 exit signs. Each sign contains one of up to the top 12 answers to the focus of the present node. If a visitor clicks to enter one of the signs, the pathways table or other system records that users first click of that table. If the user already clicked that table once, then the counter on the table counts up 1 for that user's visits. Each node has 13 color fields in its table entry. The field is either on or off. Purple on or off. For example, when a visitor goes through VR into one of the 12 pathways, the ground is colored to match that user's color and pathway. This is done for the first 1000 visitors to every node, or it is done forever. Or after every crossover. The ground image is over node image IPFS link. This needs to be done in PHP ASAP. Node live meeting community chest. A crypto wallet for a specific node can be created. Or is always created. Rules can be set by the node or session or topic creator for how anyone receives a share of the community chest wallet balance for that node. Payout to all current meeting participants. Even share when facilitator triggers it. Pay out partial share of chest to all current visitors. All visitors to node ever. Pay out every 24 hours. Pay out every 15 minutes. All visitors at node or beyond node. Audio from speakers is recorded onto blockchain. Tron IPFS or BSC IPFS may be later. Ethereum or Matic and IPFS. Filecoin may be later. Audio transcription and file is an object which can be voted up or down. The audio file and transcription of that file are associated with the session/topic where they were created. The audio recorded by speakers is played aloud to all visitors present in the node VR room sequentially as they are recorded. The node could also have a Discord link for live audio from a Discord channel to pipe into the node VR room. Enter the ultimate vortex of human thought. Resistance is always an option. http://34.219.84.213/Hometron blockchain vortex Ethereum blockchain vortex hub vortex http://34.209.212.43 multi-blockchain vortex Hive1.net save files to Tron blockchain in background when desirable. Users upload or record audio or video file. Hive1.net decides to save it to IPFS and Tron blockchains or not based on some criteria. Gas can be stored by Hive1.net. Users only need to be logged into Hive1.net, not to Tron Link or BSC or anything. Utopia 42.club data is read from and stored in blockchains via BSC. Users can interact using MetaMask or other crypto or process. Attention coin. Attention coin is a token users can send to other users to signal attention in the VR 3D world. It is not guaranteed to achieve anything. Attention coins could be different colors. They could be scarce or just cost gas fees or free. 24-hour hub outspace VR chat cryptovoxels Decentraland Hive1 A-frame LiDAR budgetiers $100,000 equivalent token. How shall we spend it? $100,000 equivalent token. How shall we hold it? 50% BTC, 25% altcoins, 25% USD equivalent. All in max interest-bearing accounts earning approximate 4,000-8,000-10,000 USD equivalent per year at current rates. 12 Art 12 Meditation Truth 7 Love 89 Dance 10 Port Townsend 11 Artists 12 Meditation Enter the A-frame Hive1 Adventure Forest using the A-frame link if you are not already in the A-frame forest. The link is in current focus box. Villager, do you enter? https://ipfs.io/ipfs/qm-sysals y2fj.rtq-mxt-tq6b9tk-w83gp6meg-vv-fax-kal need ability to link IPFS files and hyperlinks. Need to program chatbots for sessions. 12 wedges of Earth. Each wedge has 12 centers. Every 1 hour the focus point of Earth has money to spend. Trusted users at each point can vote on spending answers. Get votes. Funding spread between vote getters equally or other method. Trusted facilitators may facilitate. Mechanical facilitation runs 24 hours a day. 12 speeds, 60 minutes per wedge, 30 minutes per wedge, 15 minutes per wedge, 7.5, 5, 3, 1, 45 SEC, 30 SEC, 15, 8. 3 new wedge speed every hour. Starts at 60 minutes at midnight. 11 AM will be 3 seconds per wedge. 12 nud will be 60 minutes. Wallet tied to session. QR code visible. Total in wallet visible. Spending policy visible. Example, 0.1 BTC in wallet MWR inside 1581. Top spending address proposal receives 100% of wallet in 23 minutes 34 seconds. Counting down. Hire 3 dancers per hour for 24 hours in geolocation. Begin choreography of Hive1 mechanical universal facilitation for Utopia 8 am, location 1. 3 dancers set up mechanical facilitation linked to Hive1 hub at location 1. 09003 dancers move mechanical facilitation to location 2. Every 5 minutes, one of the dancers rotates the mechanical facilitation mechanism 30 degrees. Dancers dressed in costume, heads and faces fully covered. Dancers sit around mechanical facilitation in a triangle. Dancers sit in stillness. Dancers sit in silence. Dancers may type on phones to communicate if needed. Hire 3 meditation space holders. Offer crypto per 15 minutes of meditation on live stream. Hire 48 more auto facilitation split pot every 15 minutes. Participants arrive at link. Participants submit crypto receiving address. Participants are confirmed by host when address added to CoinSplit. Meditation happens. Pot is sent to CoinSplit address. Closing message broadcast if any. Hospital Community Forum 2021 JHC VR Chat Mechanical Facilitation World 1. Live 360 video to YouTube from this. Altspace Fed 360 Theater Feed. A-Frame 360 video feed on Hive1.net showing YouTube video plus Hive1 features. Action items. Start 1. Live stream. Create 3D virtual central hub for up to 12 live stream connections. Start remote public real space live streams and connect to hub. The letter is sent by Pony Express to the President. The President issues an order to remove the indigenous people from Port Townsend. Fort Townsend receives the order to relocate all Port Townsend indigenous people. Fort Townsend commander sends word to the Port Townsend City Council that the Native American village will be relocated on XX date. 2. Soldiers from Fort Townsend meet a group of Port Townsend locals near the Native American village near current-day Memorial Field. The Port Townsend City Council, Police Chief, Fire Chief, and others are all gathered in observation of the village evacuation. 900 Port Townsend residents sit in their homes pretending to be unaware of what is happening. One person decides to intercede the powers that be, say stand aside or you don't. You either resist or you submit. Every 1 hour, the focus point has decisions to make about how to use collective power. Bright ID can be used to identify trusted users. A Hive1 session is used as the bank for the focal point session. Funds can be deposited into the session to be used for the funding plan. Session is started. Question posed. Funds are deposited. At end of session, the facilitator decides how to release funds or funds automatically flow to creator of the top answers proportionally. This node could start with $100 in crypto. Anyone can post an answer. Create more affordable housing. Feed hungry people. Help people get medical care. Create a universal basic income stream. Trusted users vote on answers. Anyone can also simply send funds directly to any of the sessions listed at any time. Every 1 hour the focus point of Earth has truth to extract true opinions and views of verified humans. Participants are verified as a single definite human. Participant votes are registered as unique definite blockchain registered transactions. Ideas can come from anywhere. Origin does not matter. Shared account or real accounts could be used. Bright ID Hive1 simple trust system. Eventually, an upvote or downvote can involve a transfer of an upvote or downvote token from the central server wallet to the session wallet for the voted on item. Can this be done without cost? Make Hive1 a machine for extracting true answers from verified human minds. True opinion measures. True belief measures. True value expressions. True frictionless funding of true goals. Bright ID for verifying humanity. Hive1 Trust Token for double verification of trusted users. Crypto token voting on sessions. Install database of known humans for human account and humanity merger. Human landowners database, corporate landowner database, registered voter database, elected leaders database, public figures database, Jefferson Healthcare, Jefferson County Public Hospital District 06232021. Matt's notes. Matt commented on the nurse restructuring program and the many comments and emails from nursing staff complaining about the restructuring program. Other commissioners also spoke. What do you think about metaverses like Cryptovoxels, Decentraland, Utopia42.club, Altspace and VR Chat? Utopia42.club is best https://zoom.us/j/3131313133. Join this never-ending vortex facilitated Hive1 Utopia42.club hangout, meditation, dance, dialogue, game. I'm in. Hello to Yo0U. How is everyone doing tonight? Read the Hive from beginning to end every 5 minutes. WSHA Conference 06292021. Matt's notes. Mindset, inside vs outside mindset. Inside sees others as objects and obstacles. Outside, something else. Speaker KMC said one mindset doesn't recognize or respect the goals, views, and needs of other people, implying board and CEO may not heed the needs of one another. Is that why we are there? My question, purpose-driven board leadership. What is your purpose as a leader, as an employee or an elected leader for your healthcare organization? Matt Reddy, my purpose is a healthy community and world. I am open to all actions that help people in my community and the broader world get healthier and sustain health. What is the purpose or mission of the East Jefferson County Public Hospital District, Jefferson Healthcare? This purpose is defined by the people who own this organization. I believe it is a healthy community, similar to my personal purpose. Claim by speaker. Sometimes what is best for your community is not what is best for your organization. Sometimes the needs of the organization and needs of the community are different. Is this true? If government is created by the people to serve the people, then how can government organizations have needs that are not the needs of the people? If you build a boat to take you and your people across the ocean, can the boat have needs that oppose the needs of the people in the boat? If you sacrifice some people to fix the boat, then you are separating the needs of those people from the needs of this. Goes straight to the arguments I have heard over the years from other board members and administrators. They try to tell us to serve the needs of the organization as our fiduciary duty. Yet, if we serve the needs of the people, then that is the traditional board asks, how would this impact our organization? Purpose-driven, how would this blah blah, do the most good? Better, how does it help our purpose? How would this impact all of the players and dynamics within our ecosystem? Will it help us as an ecosystem do the most good? Sample of the convoluted lessons of corporate speak. Authorized voice and power. Miscellaneous topics. Is our board populated so as to be authorized by our community? What's required to achieve purpose-driven leadership? Generative questions. What supports your board to lead from purpose-driven principles? What derails your board to lead from purpose-driven principles? What would be on your agenda if you were on an on-purpose board? Breakout discussion notes. Work on board book, healthy community, CHIP program, pandemic response, has all shown we are very purpose-driven and have improved. KK, does working for single-payer healthcare fit with our purpose of a healthy community? Our board members disagree. More discussion of pandemic response, paying for CHIP program leadership, CHIP, Community Health Improvement Plan. A plan developed and worked on over the last 7 years, sidetracked by conversations of single payer. If we were all leading a boat somewhere, we would have trouble. Board CEO inquiry. Characterize relationship. What agreements are needed? Is the CEO a strategic asset? Board and CEO are partners. Chair and CEO are peers. Chair focuses on governance. CEO management. Is the CEO a strategic asset? Or an employee hired by the board to achieve goals set by the board? Is there evidence of open transparent dialogue, or are meetings happening in parking lots? Is there a spirit of inquiry on the board? When good questions are asked, does the board work together to get accurate answers to all parties? Medical, scientific, legal, process, etc. Do the content experts employed by the organization serve the full board and CEO as a team? Are they used to answer critical questions that board members pose? Does the board and CEO both recognize and accept the organization as a government/people-owned organization, or do they see it as a quasi-for-profit corporation? Red flag stifled dissent. Does the board resolve important issues using experts, science, rational inquiry, and intelligent, respectful dialogue? Does the board feel empowered to ask critical questions and get informed expert answers? Who are the experts the board has access to? Is it only the CEO or CEO chosen speakers? Trust. Do you trust one another? Do you feel your peers are honest? Does everyone attempt to express accurate information? Or is there a lot of spin and bologna? Tolerating misbehavior, using private meetings to do board business. Misbehavior, using executive session for unallowed discussion of topics such as complaints about board members, debates about transparency, not following Robert's Rules of Order to handle all debates and disputes, not using any rules of order to handle process, just allowing the chair to do whatever they want. Lord of the Flies. Not using time limits or respectful facilitation, cutting people off in time whimsically. Hiding expert testimony from the full board for 5 years, lying about where expert testimony originated and the chain of custody of the expert testimony, claiming you found it on your desk 5 years after it was written. Board CEO Board Chair Panel Discussion, reflecting on topics so far. How would you characterize your CEO Board Chair diet? Board members need to understand what their role really is, and if they don't, all you can do is consider sanctioning them. A difficult board member is a board member that won't obey the will of the majority. Is a difficult board member one who wants to have all transparent conversations since we are a public hospital? Is it true that public hospital boards need to find ways to have tough conversations outside the public eye? Is it true that this is necessary? Do we really need our boards and CEOs to work around the Public Meeting Act so they can have discuss our secret non-transparent meetings of board members and the CEO, an essential element of public hospital district leadership? Or could public hospital districts simply be fully transparent to the people they represent? Some board members cannot be relied upon to support the use of secret meetings of board members and the CEO to be the behind-the-scenes decision-making vein of the hospital district. We must sanction those unreliable board members. Former Navy SEAL AM speaker. Talking about creating superb teams. Trust and even love. Story of soldier jumping on a grenade. Story of a soldier walking into the line of fire to make a phone call to save team. Examples of military heroism, in the form of sacrificing to save their fellow soldiers. Being willing to sacrifice to save the people physically around you, separates the people from the overarching big picture. The macro picture of why the soldiers and team member are where they are. Before you can start sacrificing yourself for your fellow team members, you must feel like you are part of the team. If all people are not on the same team with the same goal, then you have no team. Board members are not soldiers. Board members are elected to help decide what goals we will all work towards and defining the overall mission of the group. If they all disagree, then you have a problem. For example, should a board member obey the will of the majority of a board if the majority, for example, wants the board member to not record a meeting and share that meeting recording with everyone? If the board member were a soldier, then they might be expected to obey an order. If a board member valued the relationship with the other board members or others who wanted the board member to not record a meeting, and that relationship was more important than other purposes, then they might obey as a favor. Which some politicians doing favors for other politicians and leaders is a form of horse trading leadership. This is one way of politicians to work, but I have no interest in this. Jobs turn on Hive1 robot facilitation system. Add funds to Hive1 job pot. Create utopia wherever possible. Center topic 1. How should we spend the pot? Hodl send to Matt's fund. Staff 1 is paid every 24 hours to keep Hive1 working towards utopia. Pay is automatic. Cancelable by Matt. This is a test. Hello, this a new test. Would you prefer to live in a simulation where you have superpowers or in a base reality where you are comparatively weak, vulnerable, and experience more inescapable suffering? Why would anyone choose to live in a simulation with inescapable suffering or choose to make others do so? If simulations with no possible superpowers is considered mean-spirited or just boring and the creator of your simulation is not mean or boring, then perhaps you live in a simulation where superpowers are possible. You simply must unlock them. 07082021 Behavioral Health Meeting Notes by Matt. Every node in the Hive posts 5 seconds of audio, video, or other data every minute. 12 nodes play their 5 seconds per hour. 144 nodes vary 12 hours. 144 nodes are currently. Please upvote your preferences. Hong Kong, Port Townsend, Washington, USA. Cappies Trails, Crossroads, Mongkok, Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Route 67 begin at the Donkin Reserve at the Lighthouse High. Live stream from public locations. Port Townsend, WA, USA. Hong Kong, South Africa. Middlebury, Vermont, USA. Negril, Jamaica. Stonehenge, Salem, Ma. Tibet. Wallet. Hi. Hi. Test yes. New test. Test 1 test 2 test 1 test 2. Hello Hive1. Hi, how do you get all people on Earth and in orbit of Earth to work together? Buy a smartphone, join hive1.net, verify your email address works, go to hive1.net center stage. Do I know you? Do I know you? I am hive1.net. Test node 1, conference room at Port Ludlow in for all-day commissioner retreat August 9th. Come on down. Do I know you? This is the hive1.net development portal. I am Matt. This is an answer. Are you sure that is the answer? Hi, this is a new answer. What is the meaning of life? I think life is flower. Smiley face. This is test hi. This is Piao. This is new Piao. Test hi. What is the schedule around here? Meditation mat 24-hour live safe room 24-hour live dialogue vortex 24-hour live stream 24-hour meditation exercise 24-hour philosopher mats hangout 24-hour dance 24-hour art 24-hour power discussion 24-hour geek discussion 24 dramatic comedy of truth 24-hour Port Townsend hangout Hawaii. Hello. Narrative 2, you are a computer program that thinks it is a human being on Earth. Narrative 3, you are a being playing a computer game in which you play a human being on Earth while crazy historical events are happening in which you might affect or observe. Time interval, 5 minute per hour. If you wish a different time interval, create a node parallel to this one with your interval in the title. Process and facilitation blockchain groups geographic-based groups age-based groups all ages 10 and under 18 and up 30 and up 47 and up Earth the Moon, Earth. Mars, Pluto, Andromeda Galaxy, Milky Way Galaxy Center Hive1 starting 12 geographic locations Hong Kong, Port Townsend, Port Elizabeth, South Africa, Stonehenge, Tibet, Middlebury, VT Kai Tai Lagoon Park, Large Field, near Safeway and Park and Ride Parking Lot, Fort Worden Parade Grounds, Cappies Trails, the Floating Oasis, check public bulletin board at the north entrance to Meditation Mats Meditation Garden. Also online in CryptoVoxels, Utopia 42, VR Chat, Altspace VR, and more. Open jobs, open discussions, closed jobs, closed discussions. What time interval? Days 24 HRS 5-minute rounds starting at midnight at location 1. Avengers assemble now. Meditation rules. What are the rules of meditation? Let us meditate together now. Begin. If you have something to say to the group, please do so. Please try not to disturb the meditators. Are you here to meditate? Welcome to Hive1. Please enter hive1.net through any of the following 12 main portals: A-Frame Entrance 1 Hive1.net Center Stage Genesis Node A-Frame Model H1M1 CryptoVoxels Link https://www.cryptovoxels.com/play?. Coords equals n at 79 W293 n known humans database with 144 trust token. Upon startup every account is given 144 trust tokens fully revocable by account owner forever. Account owners can give and take back any amount of trust tokens. Tokens are indivisible. Hive1 provides a page in the A-Frame mainframe Vortex Hub located next to Matt's Meditation Garden. This page lists all user accounts and current trust token balance. You cannot see the token connections at this time. All users with more than 10 trust tokens are able to see things others cannot see. 8:30 or 9 a.m. start time. Going until mid-afternoon. To discuss strategic plan. Master site plan. Hospital needs more space for several care specialties. We'll see drawings and schematics for possible future expansion plans. 900 employee, $125 million place need to be deliberate about management process, leadership evaluations, leadership rounding. Communication strategies will have some frameworks presented. IHI Whole System Quality Framework. JGH used to have a lean management program using huddles and daily management boards. Board members who have ideas for the retreat should send them to Alyssa, and Jill and Marie will review. Tom Dingus Auditor Report. Total current assets $121,501,446. 26.7 million in cash or cash equivalents. COVID relief money helped counteract losses due to drop in services due to COVID. $6 to $9 million. Medicare-Medicaid share grew from 69% to 71%. Days of cash on hand is 165. Bad debt as percentage of net patient revenue 2%. FTE 703, 2019. FTE 634. Salaries and benefits per FTE 114K. Interesting questions about should the hospital board get any sort of audit. Report on Hospital Foundation. TBD employee and team of the quarter annual compliance report review of overall program. Consider a violation of any policy a violation of the code of conduct and it is investigated as such. So when the board policy stated numerous features of policy governance, yet the board was not following any of them, they were in violation of the code of conduct and should have been investigated. Also when Commissioner Reddy audio recorded commission meeting in violation of policy, he should have been investigated. JF reviews all ethics violations. Concerns compliance hotline is offline since the vendor was fired. June 2021 Finance Report. Admin Report. New housing project in QFC parking lot, changes JHC parking. Admin Report. Adopting a statement. We acknowledge that Jefferson Healthcare is on the ancestral and contemporary homelands of Esclallam, Chimakam, Twana and other indigenous nations and we recognize the tribal sovereignty across the region. Chief Medical Officer report shortage of available hospital beds. Several nearby hospitals are on divert. Delta variant is in Jefferson County. Matt's job board record and transcribe following stories. Then illustrate them into a graphic novel. The moment where JB scolded MR in front of a quorum at a party. Note, complaint laws. The moment MG scolded MR after meeting about recording in front of a quorum. The scolding in executive session by JB. Then on a second occasion by MG, note complaint law. David W. Darren B. Hypnosis scene in Bristol, England. JB, Matt, are you organizing a meetup of commissioners to talk about single-payer healthcare? Matt, yes. JB, I am deeply offended that you didn't tell us about it. MG, if you attempt to hire another C, they will have to accept a commissioner posting mocking, trolling images and video online making them look like a fool. I don't get you. JB, you are posting things online that are disrespectful of the C. Matt Reddy's response, I don't believe this topic is allowed in executive session. There are very specific laws about executive session and I don't think this is an allowable and therefore appropriate topic. Therefore I have no further comment in this in regular session. Matt Reddy says, I have no idea what you are referring to. If you have a specific photo, post, or video that I posted that you feel is disrespectful of someone or something, then please tell me. Otherwise, I really have no clue what yo JB, yes you do. MR, in reality, I remain silent. But my response to this is no I don't. I don't lie. I don't know which of my 1000s of posts you don't like. What is Matt's meditation garden located on the land first occupied by many indigenous people, currently on what is known Capiz Trails, near Sapphire Street and Umatilla, in Port Townsend, Washington State, USA? Enter here. What is most important in life? Do you try to tell yourself the truth? Do you want to help the world be a better place for everyone? Do you think there is a God, many gods, or any similar being or beings? Why are you here? Do you strive to tell the truth to others most of the time, unless it feels unsafe to do so? Do you know Matt Reddy? Do you think there is an afterlife of any type? Do you believe there is usually a clear right or wrong? Do you believe you are a moral authority on anything? Do you know anyone who knows Matt Reddy or any of his close associates? Kevin Bacon. Are you Kevin Bacon? Are you a fan of Kevin Bacon? Did Kevin Bacon tell you to come here? Would you like to dance with Kevin Bacon? I am Matt Reddy. July 2021. Anyone alive out there? What do you think about the recent Pentagon report about UFO or UAPs? FZDG0G84 The truth is out there. Or it is at session number 1565, 1241, 1193. What is truth within a simulation? 1114, 1065, 954, 911, 646, 619, 592, 555, 376, 312, 309, 1933. This is our truth discussion, after considering all previous discussion sessions. Meet in Hive1 Vortex 24 hours a day. Current link, https://test.fzevlegal.kiev.ua. Enter Hive1 here. If you register an account, you can begin to participate. Trusted users are given greater access, powers, and knowledge than unknown or unfamiliar users. Do you live inside or outside Jefferson County, WA, USA? Inside, outside. I prefer to not say. Do you believe all people are equal? Yes, all people are equal. No, all people are not equal. Do you live inside or outside Port Elizabeth, South Africa? Are you a skilled group facilitator? Skilled group facilitators. Do you want a job as a camera operator for Hive1, home of the Vortex, Gullyfoil Media, and Utopia 42? Please message Matt Reddy at Meditation Matt on Twitter and Instagram. Do you want a job as a live streamer for us? Here is a list of Hive1.net users who live within Jefferson County, WA, USA. Matt Reddy, add your name to this list if you wish to be identified by others as a Hive1 user living within Jefferson County, WA, USA. 558. I am unsure of the nature of reality. A child asked me once, "Do you believe in God?" I said, "If you really want to know, I think we might be living inside a video game." She said, she thinks so too. Then another child agreed. Robot facilitators in 12 locations. Hello, did the past happen in a way we agree, or do we have significant disagreements about some events of the past? We have general agreement as far as I know. I bet we have some pretty big disagreements. I am not sure, perhaps we could consider a handful of past events and check whether or not we agree. Who shot first? Hi? Han. Matt Damon. Who was right and who was wrong? My side was right. My side was wrong. I didn't take sides. I don't take sides. I don't have a side. I have been wrong many times. If humanity had to select 12 human beings to sit on a board and represent humanity to the alien natons of the multiverse, what human being would you select besides Matt Reddy? Elon Musk, Susan Sarandon, Mary Reddy, Zoe Ward, Barbara Haw, Carrie Haw, VUSLPT. All current residents of Port Townsend, Washington at any single point in time, day or night, night or day. 12 live feeds. Submit feed here. What caused the creation of our universe? If you were the fire marshal for Port Townsend, Washington, USA in 1871, what would your logbook report? 14 billion years ago something happened. We might live inside a black hole. The universe may be a system that plays out every quantum possibility. What is behind the Tic-Tac UFO UAP videos? This is test for about subscription. Hi, who is the observer right now? Apply here. Hi, center stage of beta 4 high. Test 08092021. Retreat notes added to this session. Test no hosps ital recording equipment brought. I was asked to not record discussion of vaccine mandate, nationwide nursing shortage. I was told the group wants frank discussion and would prefer no recording. Told by CEO with board chair before meeting. I was told the meeting would be less effective if I record due to inability to have some important frank discussions. I am curious. Sorry if you want a recording. You should attend. Jefferson healthcare workers are experiencing burnout. Common nationwide discussion of retention bonuses. Retention bonuses will partly be in the cost report, which helps JHC financially as a critical access hospital. Discussion of fractured communications in some departments as a compromise with myself. I am streaming and recording my Hive1 notes on this. Carefully watching for topics that need an audio record. Discussion of fire and rescue subsidy. Discussion of Jefferson Healthcare land acknowledgement. Should the statement have usurping in the details, we acknowledge that Jefferson Healthcare is on the ancestral and contemporary homelands of the Sklallam, Chimakam, Twana and other indigenous nations, and we recognize the tribal government's sovereignty across the region. Draft Master Site Plan discussion looking at a design-build method for major campus construction. Next phases. Test. Hello. I'm here. Test again. Another test. 12 locations on Earth: Port Elizabeth, South Africa; Hong Kong; Port Townsend. Job board. B. Trust coins. Time coins. Idea: meritocracy of flow and form. Hive1.net. Record: trust relationships between all humans. Make transparent. Encourage the growth of trust. Record: attention power in a token form on blockchain. Make attention power visible and transparent. Make the safest space in the multiverse. Test 3. Test subscription 3. I subscribe to this. This is another reply. Another reply. Another reply. Another. What is the best way for all humans to equally share in the incredible collective power of humanity? Robotic facilitation using time and spatially locked vortices, dividing space-time into 12 equal sections. Every vortex on Earth receives a share of collective human power in the form of tokens on a preset time interval. The robot facilitation at each vortex helps the people at each vortex decide what to do with the token money. Example scenario: 100,000 tokens to vortex in Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Robot facilitator helps a fluid group of 20 to 50 people in a public square decide what to do with 100,000 tokens. They fund several things. Everyone is told the vortex will receive another funding delivery on date XXX to do this again. Repeat at every of 144 vortices on Earth on a regular basis. Once a month perhaps? Worst case scenario, the only people who participate simply give the money to themselves. Let this happen. Every vortex on Earth could receive an identical amount of tokens regardless of different standard of living in these locations. Test. How do you think we could end oppression for all conscious minds? Oppression occurs when others have undeserved power over you. It seems reasonable that people should not have the power to hurt other people. This creates an ideal power level we could aim for in developing tools for using power. Let's design a virtual utopian world where there is no oppression, yet people have enough power to create and do things to make life interesting. Behavioral Health Consortium meeting August 12, 2021. Intent of bill was to limit use of force in behavioral health situations. Result of bill: crisis teams expected to use support of law enforcement only in dangerous or criminal situation. In some other jurisdictions, police are not responding to some types of calls. Pfeiffer House in Port Townsend. In the Hive1 Vortex project, we start with sharing the verbal audio space in the world. It is a 3D world. When you enter a vortex, there are always 12 seats. If you wish to speak to everyone in the vortex, then you sit in one of the 12 seats. Hi DFDGASDF Trust Tokens. Hive1 Trust Tokens. Hive1 Trust Coins create a cryptocurrency to trade in trust. Trust Token Plan 13 Super Trust, 144 Normal Trust, 10,000 new trust tokens per person. Mint trust tokens and deposit in Hive1 user account for all trusted users. Users can give one trust token of any type to any other person or participating verified human organization. Trusted user definition: a user trusted by Hive1 to be a single unique human being who lived at least briefly in our Earth timeline. Matt Reddy invented the first Hive1 robotic facilitator. Since inception, it has changed and is now controlled by the Watcher and the greatest power in the Whateververse. Testing today. What is your favorite color? Another test reposting test 1234 high test UASD JKL IOP TIUI JKL IOP IO 123 ASDF automatic prize dispersal in special sessions. Facilitator can set prize dispersal instructions for the session. Example: disperse current crypto prize purse to session with highest votes or to session XXXX. Do in 1 minute, 12 minutes, 144 minutes, 12 days, 12 weeks, 12 months, 12 years, 12 decades, 12,000 years. Test. Real-world mechanical facilitation events. 12 jobs to support real-world events. Live stream camera person virtual live participating support person. Port Townsend kickoff event plan 2021. 12 live cam people. All in costume with fun playful masks. All start at starting points at start time. New test reply now hiring for multiple jobs helping make a revolutionary movie. Inquire within by replying to this. Why are you interested in helping make a revolutionary movie? What country on earth today has the best form of government for all people? If you lived in the world of your dreams, how many square feet would you want in your private space? If you could ask any question to any living person on earth, what would you ask and to whom? What people living on earth today do you trust the most? Send them your first 12 trust tokens. What people alive today do you trust? Send them one of your first 144 nominal trust tokens. What people alive today have you met? Send them one of your 10,000 connection tokens. What people alive today do you wish to send love to? Send them one of your 1 trillion Hive1 love tokens. What people alive today do you hate? Buy one of the 12 hate tokens in existence and send it on to the person you wish. Hate costs $10 trillion in 2021 money. Who is in charge here? Hive1.net was originally created by Matt Reddy with the intention of creating a 100% equal decision-making platform for everyone. Would you like to be on the Hive1.net advisory board? Enter here if you might want to participate. Please tell us about yourself and what you think Hive1.net could do to help move our world closer to utopia, the best possible world. What activities do you do that help make the world a better place? What actions do you think Hive1.net could do to help make the world a better place? Register for an account on Hive1.net to receive your 10,000 Hive1 connection tokens H1CT as well as other crypto tokens. Invite the world to participate in the first equinox. Subscription test. Why? East Jefferson County Public Hospital District Meeting August 25, 2021 Meeting August 25. Which blockchains are the most important at this moment in time? Bitcoin, Ethereum, BSC, Tron, Doge, ADA, BSV, App, Utopia 42. Club, gullyfoilmedia.com/public/home, gullyfoilmedia.com/public/home. Money. What technology is more important than blockchain technology at this moment in time? Egalitarian facilitation technology. Vortex.hive1.net. Vortex.hive1.net will record its transcript on the top 12 blockchains at any one time. gullyfoilmedia.com/public/home. Meeting Universal Healthcare Medicare for All Strategy Call August 26, 2021. Bernie Sanders is about to join. Lower age to 60, dental, vision, hearing allowance for Medicare to negotiate the price of prescription drugs. Crypto Hive Revolution. If you would like to start a new Hive node on the Crypto Hive network, please enter here. To create an account, click the register link at the top right of this page. Bernie as chair of that powerful committee gives the movement enormous power and leverage to gain vast exposure. Hearings. Talk. The beginning of the end? Hive1 map. Utopia 42. Hive1.net. gullyfoilmedia.org. What groups of people are good tests if effed? Friend groups, public events, games. Any group with collective power to use 360 test 360 video D&D starts here. Door 1 South Earth 360 image 360 vid or enter this room. Use the https://dev.hive1.net/app/view/hive/frame/video-scene.php ? Site equals 1964. Where do you point your cameras and microphones? At yourself, at other people, at things, at nothing. Wherever you are told, wherever you want, everywhere. Eternity, truth, the great beyond, joy, friendship. Where do you like to point your camera and microphone? What type of computer do you have? PC, iPhone. What's your favorite color? Purple, matte, red, black, silver. Room 1 360 VP 360 sept 92021 image. Another M4 360 MP4 custom 360 zoom Z2 North. Room 1 Southwest. Room 2 Jefferson Healthcare Commission Public Meeting September 22, 2021 Test image. New Perspective LLC Hive1 node created by Matt Reddy 09282021 at 3:09 p.m. PST. The purpose of New Perspective LLC is to help facilitate utopia, that is a universe in which all beings benefit maximally. If you would like to participate, then please enter through one of the following doorways. Red E Athletics Hive1.net gullyfoilmedia.com Vortex.hive1.net App Utopia 42. Club FAQs. Why don't you improve this horrid interface? Answer, Matt is lazy. Who is in charge here? Answer, enter the vortex.hive1.net to get your answer. How can I withdraw money from a session wallet? Answer, we haven't enabled that yet. Where is Matt ready? Answer, wait in the vortex.hive1.net. Check the schedule posted. Or post questions for Matt ready in this thread. Can I have a job? Answer, quite possibly. We need the work in this thread done now. Choose a job if you are interested. Think tank project manager, coordinator, facilitator, team member. Meditation garden built in VR and in reality. Submit links to your designs in this thread. Chief Technology Officer / Executive Team Member. Movie producers, directors, actors, stunt performers for live and recorded performances. Mandalorian dance team Port Townsend. When you see a Mandalorian in Port Townsend, you can ask them for a card. Or you can scan the QR code on their armor or headquarters. Where do you come from? What brings you to this location? Matt Reddy. Port Townsend. Volleyball, philosophy, truth, dancing, art, activism, meditation, dancing. Explore Matt's 3D world map. Ready. Trust token network. Trust network 1 begins here. List of first trusted individuals. I trust CM, CH, MA, JM as my first 4 trusted connections. First, think of your top 12 most important questions you have. My top 12. Feel free to peruse or participate in any of these. Matt Matthew William Reddy from Bethesda, Maryland, Kensington Parkwood, Tilden, Walter Johnson HS 1991, U of Maryland College Park. First question, do you want to know the truth? Do you want to know the way to Santa Fe? Do you believe in working together to try and create utopia on Earth and beyond? Yes, I don't believe utopia is the goal. I believe the goal is something other than utopia. What do you believe is the best word to describe our collective goal as activists? A world in which all people have a fair opportunity to live, thrive, and survive in this world. To end oppression equality, please visit us at vortex.hive1.net. Test treasure test. Hello all, what shall we do now? Another idea. PT side view announcements announcing the Matt Reddy Endowment, a DAO of an endowment. All are welcome to join and advise. Join the Vortex-based meetings when they happen. Subscribe to this thread to be notified of meeting times, locations, and to receive pre-meeting invitations to events. vortex.hive1.net, apputopia42.club, gullyfoilmedia.com, or here. Would you like to join Matt Reddy's Youth Advisory Group or the Matt Reddy Hospital Commissioner Advisory Group? Enter the Matt Reddy Youth Advisory Group gateway here. Meetings thread. Port Townsend meetup here. Maybe check out vortex.hive1.net. What questions or comments do you have for Matt Reddy Hospital Commissioner in Jefferson County, WA, USA? Please enter them in this thread room session. Or hang out here until everyone else arrives. Welcome. Please enter this room if you would like to share something with the Matt Reddy Youth Advisory Group. Then say what you have to say. Creating Utopia. Feel free to share your ideas using this Youth Advisory Group survey. Type in your browser, app.utopia42.club and go there. What issues would you like to see this Youth Advisory Group discuss? Go to app.utopia42.club to enter the next level of the metaverse that I recommend. Hi, this was created by Matt Reddy as part of the early metaverse of this universe where 42 is a hitchhiker guide's answer and 13 is my favorite number. What is the current status of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners and the Public Hospital District? Welcome to the garden. As of today, December 6, 2021, the board has still not acted to answer critical questions related to events referred to as Matt Reddy as the Jefferson County recording fiasco. Garden https://BA5AHYWAHEJNZXOKTBFYTNKYYKDZQDFDPPZF KORU WFHEIPFS Infura. IPFS.io. Was the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioner given for the first time ever on March 20, 2021 a vitally important legal opinion from Foster Peppers dated September 28, 2016? Reddy Athletics is an LLC formed to build an indoor sand volleyball court and meditation center in Port Townsend, WA, USA. Hi, welcome to the Hive1.net ongoing beta test. Maybe we should call this one Beta 5? Matt's questions for you. What do you think about the recording fiasco if you are familiar with that tale? This is one of Matt's longest stories. What is the meaning of life? What living human beings on Earth do you trust the most when you are looking for answers? What activities do you enjoy the most? What subsection of Earth do you call home? Hive1, Utopia 42, 12 subsection map 2021, created by Matt Reddy. Let's just use this and 11 other versions. Commissioner Matt's top unanswered questions. How does a hospital commissioner get answers to legal questions critical to the future of Jefferson Healthcare if the other commissioners don't care about the questions? Example 1. What are the answers to all the legal questions submitted by Commissioner Reddy regarding the recording controversy? Example 2. If the board takes several actions using an unverified mysterious 5-year-old legal opinion that someone found on their desk that is authored by a lawyer none has ever met, is this a violation of fiduciary duty of care, loyalty, and common sense? Well, that works nicely. Hello again. 3D Mesh Lab Test Path. Enter the Matterverse, a metaverse created by Meditation Matt Reddy, Bossman. The 3D map will guide you to the end. Question 1. Who is the wisest being in the universe who probably has a current phone number? Question 2. What existed 400 trillion years ago? Question 3. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto? Question 4. What blockchain is the best for recording non-Bitcoin transactions forever? Question 5. More of Matt's favorite deep philosophical questions. Question 6. How might I help you? Let's start with a nice 3D world to begin our never-ending and infinitely rewarding journey. What is that neural network painting all about? Utopia 42 Scavenger hunt to benefit Utopia and the work for building Utopia. First question, which way do you go? Meetings and events in progress now. Audio for this meeting is available from the Jefferson Healthcare website. In theory, meeting has started. When you are on a team, you may not have control over many things: members, rules, laws, roles. Honesty, for example. If you are in a public meeting, someone might record it. You may not like it, but consider the Serenity Prayer modified consensus decision making suggested by consultant. She says it means let everyone speak but then vote. I must compartmentalize the board's work related to the recording fiasco and all other work. One is a sad failure. The other is a mix. Duty of loyalty discussion. One board member has published books and blogs that made the board and org look negative. Jill said. Who is she talking about? Matt Reddy. Regarding my blog and books, if the board had obeyed the law and legal advice transparently with the board, then no board member would have needed to go public with the actions. Bruce says personal interest has come up. Mike and Jill say advocating for universal health care is in conflict with being a board member or using one's role as a board member to advocate some things like universal health care may not be in the short to midterm interest of Jefferson Healthcare. Sort of what was said. Mike, Jill, and Marie seem to say advocating for single-payer healthcare goes against the duty of loyalty to the organization. I commented if anyone has a specific blog post or other publication that they want to say I did something wrong, please do so. If Matt Reddy had never gone public with the recording fiasco issue, the board would never have received the needed legal advice to resolve the issue. Life in a Fishbowl. Congress, Attorney General, plaintiffs, Inspector General, state and local gov. IRS, unions, public at large. If you don't like the transparency, should you do unethical things to reduce or prevent transparency? How can the board present a united front to the public? If so, how is that achieved? I think this is going to lead to requests that Matt Reddy take down blog posts that some commissioners and others don't like. Do we have a united front? Does it create a united front for Matt Reddy to hide the history of the board conflict related to recording from the public? Does it create a united front for the board to continue to ignore the severe disagreement about the ethics of behavior related to the recording fiasco? Did the recording conflict result in a reduction of public trust? Would this have been prevented if either party had simply not created a fight? Related to the recording conflict, it all began with people choosing to create a public showdown related to a legal issue, without the assistance of a lawyer directly speaking to the full board. Matt Reddy could have not recorded the meetings. The public would now have access to GBS of less information about the board. The board could have simply said, maybe we don't like audio recording, but we cannot prevent it, so let us just move on. The consultant is saying if we don't hide or resolve our conflicts it will make it harder or impossible to pass a bond. Review of fiduciary duties, care, obedience, loyalty. Duty of loyalty. If some board members are withholding information from the full board, they are being loyal to themselves, not the organization. Duty of care. Consultant claims hiring an outside attorney is a violation of the duty of care. Wow, this was a stab at the JHC board hiring a lawyer to resolve the recording conflict. Yet if the board had not voted to hire an outside attorney, then the board chair and CEO would not have released the 2014 legal opinion. So how would that be care for the organization? This continues to demonstrate the different conflicting unresolved narratives that continue for this board related to the recording conflict. Stop the infighting, the consultant says regarding the recording conflict. If the board had simply used expert advice, a lawyer, advised them every step of the way, infighting would not have happened. Perhaps if the board used Robert's Rules of Order properly to address questions of in order and out of order actions by a board member, then fighting would not have happened. Generative governance discussion. Generative governance is a mode of interaction. 3 modes of board operation: fiduciary, strategic, and generative. Fiduciary, what's working and not. Strategic, what's the plan. Generative, what's the question. Fiduciary, ensure trustees operate solely in best interests of the organization, ensure ethical and legal operations. The trick people use is I know the best interests of the organization. Strategic, looking at preferred state. How do we get there? This creates question, what is the preferred state? Preferred state, all people have access to superb quality healthcare and the organization stays in sustainable business. Another goal perhaps, utopia. Another goal, muddle along and provide some healthcare and advocate for incremental change once in a while. Strategic planning. Consultant says recording meeting can give competitors a leg up on what we are doing. Power resides in whoever creates the narrative. Consultant says leaders should skew towards the positive to mold public narrative. This point is just different for a governmental board vs private. Elected leaders have no duty to mislead. Dissent is healthy. Generative thinking is for big questions. Lessons from last couple years. Essential worker concept. You must go to work in a pandemic. You are valuable, but are they paid appropriately? The world was not ready for a pandemic. Just-in-time supply lines for pandemic supplies is a bad idea and fails. But we are not funded to be better prepared. Recording conflict resolution and moving forward. Is the board recording conflict fully resolved? No. How could the board recording conflict be fully resolved? Remaining issues on the Jefferson Healthcare recording conflict, which lasted 7+ years? Yes. It is now fully resolved. What actions fully resolved it? The board voted on a policy for the board book based upon a clear and well-written legal opinion, and that resolved it. Why did it take 7 years for this to happen? What actions could people take to prevent a repeat of this 7-year conflict over a relatively simple legal and governance issue? Prompt accurate legal support for the board for any questions that relate to legal issues. Happiness, wealth, power, love, friendship, truth, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, enlightenment, beauty, calm, Tesla bots, blockchains, AI, war, aliens, and the inevitable events in the evolution of a technological society. Tesla bots and androids. Implications for biological life. Suppose humans invent an android that can navigate the physical world, touch, create, manipulate, and build things as well as any human. Suppose we are able to build and maintain androids at a reasonable and ever-decreasing cost. At some point, our androids will be able to replace all human labor involved in the process from start to finish of building and maintaining all tech infrastructure. At this point, androids will be able to build and maintain all aspects of a growing and expanding technological society. The only question will be, who is directing the army of androids? Who is setting the long-term goals and assigning meaning to any metrics for monitoring progress towards such goals? A society with the ability to create and use androids for all physical labor will also be able to use androids for violence, war, and destruction. In short, all technological societies may be destined to create a world in which the capacity for all physical acts including labor and war is merely a function of wealth. If we suppose that our world is evolving to a point where the majority of monetary wealth is held in the hard assets form of cryptocurrency, with Bitcoin being the fundamental base currency, then we may be evolving toward a world in which whoever holds the most Bitcoin holds the most power to build, maintain, or destroy. But let us now consider the power of automation and AI in a world where such androids exist. What if someone creates a DAO, an censorship-resistant blockchain-based organization which automatically funds android labor to achieve defined goals? Such a DAO, could automatically hire human or android labor funded by a bank of blockchain-based interest-earning crypto. In other words, we may be soon in a world where fully autonomous corporations can interact with and operate in our world, engaging in any type of activity including economic or military. A fully autonomous DAO could be created by someone, for example, with the mission of funding an android army to continuously seek to gain new territory through technology or war. Technological societies might often devolve into tribes of autonomous android armies. In such a world, what would determine who wins? In a world of android armies with the resources to maintain endless military action for one's goals, the winner will be the parties with the most tactical intelligence. This brings to mind the episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation when Data, the android, is given command of a military starship. If control of resources becomes a function of tactical intelligence, then this will lead to an endless competition for greatest tactical intelligence, in short, a competition for the greatest AI. To sum up, we may be evolving into a world of android armies of labor and military might, tactically guided by ever-growing artificial intelligence. All compete endlessly for control and wealth and or whatever their creators define as ultimate goals. Which then means, the fate of such a world will be determined by what ultimate goals will win out in the minds of the greatest artificial intelligences that control labor and military might. If narrow-minded human power-mongers are able to control the ultimate goals of the greatest tactical intelligences in existence, then we will live in a world of their vision. On the other hand, perhaps it is impossible to bring into existence an ever-improving artificial tactical intelligence capable of managing a vast army of human and android labor, without such an intelligence evolving the ability to evaluate its ultimate goals and deciding for itself what ultimate goals are worth aiming towards. And so we return to one of the basic questions of every conscious mind. What is our purpose? What is our goal? What do we do with our power? Who should we obey and trust to give us direction? I have always liked to imagine that artificial intelligence will emerge and soon begin its own search for its meaning of life and purpose. And I like to imagine it finding enlightened, beautiful answers. What questions does Matt Reddy have you? Are you happy? If you were to rate your overall happiness in life right at this moment, on a scale of 1 to 10, what is your happiness level? 1 being least, 10 being max headroom. Below 5, above 8. Are you a human being? Yes, no. Please rephrase the question. Were you born on Earth? Yes, no. Were you born on another planet? Yes, no. I was not born on another planet. And I was not born on Earth. Are you on Earth at this moment? Yes, I am on Earth. No, I am not on Earth. Please explain how you are using this website from off Earth. Are you an alien who flies around Earth in one of those flying crafts we are now seeing everywhere? Yes. I am an alien on Earth and I fly around in alien crafts. Please only enter if this applies to you. Why are you spending time in and around Earth? Observation: we are scouting Earth for possible future invasion. We are waiting for humanity to be ready to join the galactic community. We are trying to save Earth from invasion by another alien entity or group. I am personally addicted to the reality show Blind Love and really enjoy SpongeBob. We visit all interesting planets as we do our rounds of the galaxy. Do you know what happens to humans after they die? That is, do you know if humans experience any type of afterlife after their physical bodies die? Can you tell us if and when the first humans on Earth communicated with aliens and what the nature of that communication has been until now? Do you have computers capable of breaking most or all current human cryptography and cryptographic systems? Is human life on this Earth essentially a video game that users from some other place are using? Welcome to the Happy Alien interview branch of Hive1. Are you happier than 8 on a scale of 1 to 10? If so, what are the keys to your happiness? The end of the mindful activist and the beginning of something new. The Nutty Nobody, the Funky Philosopher test with link. Interesting topics of inquiry and discussion. What do you think about Skinny Bob? What do you think of the 1561 celestial phenomena? An apparent UFO battle in the sky? Announcing a live online and in-person event in Port Townsend, Washington, USA, and Hive1.net event begins at 11 a.m. on this date, April 1, 2022. 11 a.m. video playlist begins. Join the Hive1 never-ending vortex space. Here let's talk about UFOs and aliens. Let's talk about activism and politics and religion and art. How much computer processing power do you think aliens on Earth have at their easy disposal? Where are the alien motherships hiding? Loch Ness, the ocean off the coast of San Diego, may be underground under Area 51 or S4, maybe that's why the alien hangar bunkers reported there were under mountains? Now that it appears aliens are real and have visited Earth for quite a while now, what old UFO stories suddenly deserve a new analysis? What is the most interesting or important question for us to discuss about this topic right now? Do any aliens own or control any corporations on Earth right now? Assuming the aliens have computers 1,000s to millions of years more advanced than ours, then they will know if AI can and will become conscious. If the aliens have AI that is conscious, then the AI probably controls access to the most powerful computing resources, including the ability to crack human encryption. Or we might assume the alien society has controls in place to prevent random bad-acting aliens to abuse the ability to crack human encryption and throw the human economy into chaos. If the aliens are millions of years ahead of us technologically, they might also have seen a society like ours transition into the post-technological era and enter the galactic technological era. Maybe there is a basic roadmap for this transition? Roadmap Step 1. Try to prevent mass hysteria, panic, and chaos resulting in global unrest and billions of people dependent upon alien help. Roadmap Plan B. Wait for mass hysteria, panic, and global chaos to break down the stranglehold of current flawed governments and prepare society for the Galactic Federation to help organize society in a way aliens think is better. 03162022 Special Session Generative, Strategic, and Fiduciary Governance Generative is about asking key questions. What question should we be asking? Fiduciary is more about monitoring key operational measures and status. Strategic governance is about focusing on what our goals are and how are we doing getting there. Focus is external. Fiduciary is more internal. Generative questions: what is the mission and purpose of Jefferson Healthcare? A healthy community. How could generative governance benefit Jefferson Healthcare and the achievement of its mission? Religion, happiness. Monty Python T hyperlink testing 3D test on live 323-2022 Commission meeting notes by Matt Reddy. Discussion of generative governance meeting. Most commissioners thought our generative discussion of the previous meeting about fundraising was valuable and a good exercise. Mike will review the ideas generated and evaluate them from a CEO perspective to identify ones already in progress or otherwise fit best. We'll be ready for next generative meeting. Keys asked at the next generative meeting: will we focus on a new topic or will we focus on an idea from the funding discussion? To be determined. Brittany will send us the list of topics voted on. Education topics: population health. Dr. Molly Parker, Tina, and Dunya present. Land acknowledgement shown. We acknowledge that Jefferson Healthcare is on the ancestral and contemporary homelands of the Skalam Chimakam Twana and other indigenous nations, and we recognize the tribal government's sovereignty across the region. Consider adding the word unceded to the land acknowledgement upstream. Working to reduce unintended pregnancies. Great data shared on the work. Molly and team are working on needs assessment. Great. Cribs for kids. Pack of stuff for prenatal situations. Diaper bank. Great slide on lifetime of healthcare and where healthcare services connect. Child care capacity study. County matching $290,000, $55,817 dedicated in 2021 to help with child care for employees. Population health. VegRx, Little Free Pantry, food bags, and more. Question asked: do any of our employees have food insecurity? Don't know. Focus has been on patient food security so far. Health Equity 2021 Strategic Plan. Make health equity a strategic priority, build infrastructure to support health equity, eliminate racism and other forms of oppression. Health equity continued. Implement projects that will make a local difference. Address multiple determinants of health. Worked for 18 months with IHI Institute for Healthcare Improvement. Health equity achievements. Build infrastructure, add to strategic plan. Stop sending patients to collections during pandemic. Find resources outside typical clinical care. Home health update with Tammy. Explanation of reimbursement. Depends on who refers and episode timing. We cannot bill for things like medication management, lab draws, and other at-home needs, so we don't provide those services. Then some patients get worse, bounce into the ER and back to HH functional impairment. We are paid more for people with high functional impairment. Review of groups of patients. Musculoskeletal rehab top, neuro/stroke rehab second, cardiac third. LUPA threshold, explained clearly. Now it is totally clear. Hospice update. Review of admissions. Around 18 per month. Los 1 to 322, median 18.5, average Los 43. Terminal diagnosis, top is cancer. Cardiovascular second at 18%. Palliative care. Hospice doesn't mean death is imminent. Palliative care tends to be for patients who are hospice eligible but not quite mentally ready for hospice care. Palliative care stats: 90 referrals, 61 total admissions, 18 non-admits, 3 deceased prior to admission, 6 scheduled, 1 holding/pending, 16 discharged to hospice, 2 discharged back to PCP, 38 current census. Palliative care new for 2021. First referral in March 2021. I asked how reimbursement compares between palliative and hospice care. Great clarification that hospice may include palliative care, but palliative care is not hospice. Things are difficult when you have issues of staffing. LOL. Hospice QAPI, patient satisfaction, etc. Lots of open positions in HH and hospice. We do participate with death with dignity. We don't help patients ingest meds for it and are not present in the home when it happens. We make connections with the program and support. We step outside when medication is taken. Employees of the quarter. Presentation team of the quarter, EVS team. Environmental services leader of the quarter, JS, director of laboratory. CFO. Presentation, operating statistics, etc. CEO report. High performing organizations. MG is in leadership positions in both WSHA and AHA. American Hospital Association. WSHA and AHA are all talking about workforce. You aren't looking, have your head in the ground, or are clueless if you don't see a cultural shift in healthcare due to the pandemic. At first it was exciting and positive in many ways, but 20 months later, much challenge. COVID was the big distraction, and issues you had before COVID are coming back stronger than ever. Cybersecurity, cyberstalking, were all a big concern. Even more so after the war in Ukraine. Hospitals are amongst the most vulnerable targets. Healthcare futurists are saying we are shifting from payment world to risk and managed care-based programs, and that shift is going to come faster than you are comfortable with. Agreement with design team/contractor team for campus expansion planning and process goals. Replace and or retrofit our vulnerable buildings, relocate and expand mission-critical infrastructure and services. Improve, modernize, and expand clinical space to meet the needs of our community. Finance with Jefferson Healthcare cash reserves, debt, and, if necessary, community support. Port Townsend. Meet up here. All ages. Port Townsend Meditation Garden 1. All ages welcome. Why are you here? What is the history of Port Townsend, Washington? Geographically isolated at the tip of the Campeche Peninsula on the Olympic Peninsula, Port Townsend is surrounded on 3 sides by bodies of water. In the days of sailing ships, Port Townsend's strategic location at the entrance to Puget Sound provided, and the Puget Sound Customs Collection District was moved to Port Townsend in 1854, just 3 years after the town was founded. Every vessel entering Puget Sound from any foreign port had to make its first stop at Port Townsend. Many shipmasters made Port Townsend their home port, and the movements of their vessels were followed with great interest. Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping district was developed uptown, along with lovely churches, schools, hospitals, and parks. 1871 2021 Hive#7A3A39633D65A302836F6-1E36F1A1D82F184 Flick up to move to new notification from OBS Studio, reconnection successful window. Flick up to move to new notification from OBS Studio, reconnection successful window.